Party. You sound like you're a great candidate that we would love to have you.
Danny, before I let you go, where do you think the pulling up of the stakes is coming from on the Republican side? You mentioned the Democratic Socialists of America on the left. Where do you think it's coming from on
Hmm.
the right?
Sometimes there's intolerance in both political parties on the extremes. And so, we first have to remember any political label associated with us, we're all Americans. And trying to demonize certain people, certain groups, regardless of which political party you're in, is not a good idea. We're all Americans first, and that's the tent that we need to be in under. It's not the political tent of the Republicans or the political tent of the Democrats first. It should first be the political tent of America. And then we can have our political leanings and decide which objectives of the party, which beliefs in the party, which principles we need to believe in. But first of all, it's American principles and goals that we should be pursuing together.
All right. Next up is Steve.
So based. Definitely, this Republican Party is pro-America. Absolutely. The party that has enabled Israel to destroy its reputation and drag us into a war. Totally. The American people getting pounded by tariffs to the tune of $1,000 extra a year for the same things they were already buying. Absolutely. Thank you. All right. Some interesting interviews on the Sunday shows. AOC was on This Week. Bernie Sanders was on Face the Nation. And Dr. Abdul El Sayed was on Meet the Press. AOC asked about the DSA candidate for governor in Wisconsin and still refusing to endorse. I don't know why they're letting this lady hang out to dry.
Left the chat on sub-only mode and nobody noticed for a week in real imtage.
I don't know if it was a week, but Pepperidge Farm remembers. That's okay. We got a lot of subs. We can handle it. Thank you, Jablu. Appreciate the resub. I am really alarmed at. Well, I don't want to say I'm alarmed. Well, I'm disappointed, actually, in Bernie and AOC for not endorsing this Francesca Hong woman. She represents your party. I mean, do they think she's some sort of like puppet who's been propped up by the right or by the centrists in the Democratic Party to undermine their movement? I mean, I don't know why they don't get behind this woman, no matter what's going on with her. She is one of the few faces representing Democratic Socialists of America, and they're just ignoring her and basically throwing her under the bus. What are they doing? That's not great leadership, man. I mean, they could help her tremendously, but wait till you hear Bernie's response. I think this is totally unacceptable from Bernie and AOC when it comes to Francesca Hong, it's like, hey, what has she really done that's such a big deal? She got some cringe posts from the past. Who cares? I don't even think she's that big of a deal. She's got nothing that's like really horrible. It's just a bunch of cringe posts, right? Like her point about Thanksgiving is some people find it hard to accept and holidays kind of bum her out in general. And some people are lonely. Basically, why celebrate Valentine's Day when there's single people out there, right? It's just like some people are kind of curmudgeons like that who just can't stop talking about whatever woke bullshit they're on about, no matter what day it is, It's like, dude, give it a rest for one day, I mean, she's so inoffensive. Yeah, like I'm not even bothered by her. She seems like a nice person who has her heart in the right place. I mean, does anyone out there think that she's trying to undermine America or something? I mean, I'm skeptical of her because of her association with clowns like Mike from PA. That tells me that she is fiercely driven by a desire for power, because no normal person would go anywhere near that freak. But a lot of people associate with Hassan, and I don't think Hassan is much better. So I'm skeptical, but without knowing that, and most people have no clue about her association with someone like Mike from PA, you know, what's so bad about her? I don't really get it. But for Bernie and AOC to just kind of pretend like, well, we don't normally endorse governor races. We tend to focus on Congress where we're at, and we only have limited resources. I find that such bullshit. Such bullshit. I mean, how many DSA candidates are there out there, especially at this level? I mean, really? You don't have time to help out one of the faces of your movement? It just shows me, I hate to say it, but I wonder how serious Bernie and AOC are. Obviously, I know they care and they want to change lives, but what the fuck? Like, I don't even want to see their candidates succeed, and I'm like wondering what's going on there. That doesn't seem like good leadership, I guess, is what concerns me. Like, if there was some liberal candidate out there that was one of maybe 3 or 5 for the midterms that was getting a lot of attention, and maybe I disagreed with them and I thought they were being a little harsh on some things or wrong or wacky, I would support them because they are my weakest link as a liberal. They represent my political ideology. Why would I leave them to hang out there to dry? Did our AOC and Bernie endorse Mamdani? I'm sure they did. They'll tell you that was different. It was New York where AOC's from, or Bernie will say it's an exception or something. It's really weird. But the fact that they're not explaining why they're not endorsing her beyond just saying we have limited resources, we don't normally do that, that doesn't make sense to me. I feel like nobody is talking about this, and it's maddening to me. People are just glossing over it, like, and they're just hand waving it as, well, that shows you how crazy she is that they don't even want to endorse her. Well, why don't they say that then? Why don't they come out and say that woman has gone too far and we cannot support that, even if she does call herself DSA? We encourage her to drop out. I mean, what the hell are they doing? I feel like I'm banging my head against the wall here, defending Hong and wondering what's going on with Bernie and AOC's leadership. Two groups of people that I'm not really interested in defending, but I can't help but talk about it. It's like watching your favorite team just completely dominate another team and wondering what's going on with that team. You're thrilled for your team, like, that's awesome, my team's winning, but you just can't help as a fan of basketball or whatever to wonder what the hell's going on with the other team. Why are they playing so poorly? What is happening over there? So anyways, let's take a look and you guys tell me what you think, because I feel like I'm shouting to the void here, and not in my channel. I mean, I feel like some of you guys probably see it too, but I don't hear anybody talking about Bernie and AOC not backing up Francesca Hong, and I find that very strange. I wonder why. I don't know why that is. I have no explanation. Watch Bernie. What was he on? Face the Nation, I think.
We're joined now by the director of the National
Face the Nation. Maybe Bernie and AOC just really like Thanksgiving. Well, then, I mean, you say it in jest, but like, why not just state what the problem is with her? Why are they playing these games? I feel like I'm being lied to by Bernie Sanders and AOC, and I don't like that. I find that really insulting. If Bernie doesn't like her, he should endorse the other guy. Well, if he doesn't like her, he should say why. It's like they want to have their cake and eat it too. They're trying to play both sides. Like, oh, well, not going to endorse her, but not going to, say something to hurt her chances of winning. Like, what? I don't get it.
And we turn now to Vermont Independent Senator Bernie Sanders, who joins us from Burlington. Good morning to you, Senator Sanders.
Good morning.
We are 86 days away from the midterms. Tuesday in Minnesota, progressive candidate Peggy Flanagan, the current lieutenant governor who you have endorsed, is taking on a more moderate candidate, Angie Craig. Do you think this is going to be a similar dynamic to Michigan, where this was a tight race?
I think
nobody talking about this race. I don't know why. Bernie's He's so interested in this race, obviously, because it's the Senate, but like nobody cares. I don't even know what the polls show for this race. Actually, let's see. I think Flanagan's been up a little bit. Latest Minnesota Senate polls. The latest polls show Craig +2, Survey USA, Public Policy Polling, which is an internal poll for Flanagan, had her +14. Survey USA poll from July 15th through the 20th by local TV stations had it even. I see Flanagan +7, another internal poll, Craig +5. It's all over the place, man. Looks like a jump ball.
It's going to be a tight race. I hope very much that Peggy wins. I think what we're seeing in Minnesota, Margaret, in Michigan, and all across this country is that people understand that we're living with an economy that is rigged. You have working families, 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck. People can't afford groceries, housing, healthcare, basic necessities of life. And at the same time, they're seeing the richest people in this country become even richer. People are tired of the status quo politics and establishment policies. They want real change, and Peggy Flanagan is about bringing about real change, standing up to the big money interests. There is a reason why the super PACs and the billionaires are flooding Minnesota with all kinds of money. Same thing as Michigan. They don't want somebody to stand up for the working class in Minnesota.
Dude, I'm not really buying this money argument after what happened in Michigan. You know, $60 million and your guy still won. So, I mean, how much, what does this money really mean at this point? I mean, that's just an epic fail for those PACs that were pouring tens of millions of dollars into that race. I think this argument's starting to lose its sting a little bit, just a little bit. I think it's still valid. I think there's still a huge concern about money in politics, and there should be. But boy, that was an epic failure for those organizations trying to get Stevens to win.
But you still are confident,
And that's not the first time. In Illinois, in the primaries, remember Kat Abou-Gazaleh? She had AIPAC pouring money into that race as well, and the guy AIPAC did not want to win ended up winning. And there was even another example in Illinois on the same night. So it's not like every time AIPAC gets involved, it's an easy dub.
Flanagan's going to pull this off.
Minnesota.
But you still are confident Flanagan's going to pull this off?
I'm sorry?
You are confident Flanagan will win?
No, I'm not confident. I think it's going to be a very, very close race.
Okay.
I think she's being out.
Not confident. Dude, what the? This is your leader. This is your leader, man. I'm so sick of Bernie shit, man. I'm not a Bernie hater. I know some people are Bernie haters, and I find it just kind of funny. I like Bernie, the policy that he has gotten people to get behind and talking about like free college, Medicare for all. I think he's been amazing, but like, wow, bro, why not go out there and just show confidence in your candidates? You're only endorsing a couple, man. Like, I'd be like, I think it would be a mistake if Flanagan didn't win, and I'm confident that she's going to be able to get the votes out. She's resonating with people. I mean, just why not? Bernie keeping it cool. I appreciate the honesty. Well, hold on to that, JS, because I don't think Bernie's being honest with us about something else. And you guys know me. I'm not here to shit on Bernie. Like, I'm not some sort of right-winger who thinks Bernie's a socialist and I'm terrified of him. I like his ideas. There's something that rubs me the wrong way about his abandonment of Francesca Hong, who I'm not even interested in or excited about. But just the strange hand-waving of her campaign is odd to me, and I don't think Bernie or AOC are being honest with the American people about what's going on there, and I don't know why that is.
Spent 7-1, and under those circumstances, it's tough for anybody to win. But she has a good ground game. I know she has a lot of grassroots support, and I'll do everything that I can to see that she does win.
Okay. I know that you haven't gotten involved in many governor's races with the exception of Maine, but Democratic Socialist Francesca Hong in Wisconsin is expected to win her Democratic primary. There's been some attention to some of her social media posts recently, but she has this platform of free childcare, state-run grocery stores, more health care subsidies. She wants to raise income taxes on millionaires. Some of this does seem to align with your platform. So I'm wondering, why don't you support her? Is some of what she supports too extreme for you?
No, raising taxes on the rich, making sure that everybody in Wisconsin or America has health care as a right, sounds quite reasonable to me. Look, we have a limited number of races that we can be involved in. Most of my focus on is getting people elected to the United States Senate, getting people elected to the House of Representatives. So with one exception, we have not been involved in a governor's race, and that's somebody who I've known in Maine for many, many years.
I'm just shocked. What? That's such bullshit. What do you mean? Who are you involved with? What races right now are more important than a Wisconsin governor's race where you've got someone representing democratic socialism, something that you supposedly care very much about, are the leader of? This person is one of the biggest faces and names in your movement right now, and she is on the ballot where the American people will decide how they feel about your movement, your ideology, the policies that you're pushing for. She has no policy positions that are different from his in any way. And she is on the verge of winning. It's not even like she's going to lose by a mile. Why don't you endorse her? She's ahead of her challengers by double digits, like 20 points. She is on the verge of winning, and he won't endorse her. I don't understand. It doesn't make sense, dude. It doesn't make sense. And we have limited resources. This seems like a gift, an easy win for the DSA. So what is it about this woman that's so bad that Bernie will not endorse her? That alarms me. Maybe he knows her personally. Then he should be encouraging her to drop out, and he should be talking shit. If he thinks that she's going to be detrimental to his movement, then he should say something. He should say, this is not a serious person. She does not represent democratic socialism, because otherwise she's going to be the face of your movement, man. Maybe he thinks she'll get crushed. Well, I whatever it is, I find this reason to be a total cop-out, and he's just lying to the American people. And I hate to say that, but this is total bullshit. Absolute bullshit, man. I don't know why he's not being called out on this. Oh, well, we have limited resources. This to me is the equivalent of saying I'm leaving my job because I want to spend more time with my family. Bullshit, you want to spend time with your family. There's something else, man. Something's going on here. And it just makes me think we can't trust these people, which I don't like to be in that position with Bernie. I don't like to be lied to. I don't like to be taken for a clown. I don't like someone to just look me in the face and tell me some bullshit, Fuck you. And sadly, AOC's doing the same thing. Bernie hasn't had time to look into her race, guys. He's got a lot going on, just trying to focus on the Senate. Doesn't have time to go look into one of three giant DSA candidates who's in the lead by 20 points for a swing state governor's office. No, don't have time for that. He's got to focus on dog catcher in Burlington, Vermont. They got a new hot DSA candidate who's doing great. They've got some person in Jacksonville, Florida, running for state Senate seat number 841, who's a DSA guy. They really, really need to put a lot of energy into that. He doesn't have to extend any resources to her. I'm sure a tweet, like anything. He's acting like they can't afford to send anybody out there. We can't open a shop for her. We don't have the resources right now. Very limited. Betting has Francesca Hong odds of winning. look at the polls. She's up by 20 points in all the polls. So I don't know what those people are thinking, but if you look at the polls, she's up 20 points. It's her race to lose, man. And the guy who's her biggest challenger dropped out of the race already. Oh, you meant the general. Oh, well, who cares about the general? So are you just going to let this Democratic socialist hang out to dry for 3 months between now and November and just leave her to her own devices to ruin your movement? I mean, what a risk from Bernie here to allow this woman to be the face of Democratic socialism through November for the next 87 days and have no influence in any way at all. Just idiotic, man. That's crazy to me. Absolutely crazy.
Who is now running for the Senate in Maine?
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
There was in Michigan this historic.
Look at this. She just moves on. She just moves on. So am I crazy? Am I crazy for thinking Bernie's lying and full of shit with that answer and no one else cares? I mean, maybe I'm the crazy one. I don't get it. TSA member, an expulsion offense. What can you do? You can't kick people out of the Democratic Party. What do you mean? What's the process to kick someone out of the Democratic Party? How does that work? King of excuses.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Slotkin Fund.
Jaws with the $10 super chat. Alyssa Slotkin getting some love. Look at that. Moving her up to 8th place. Don't see much love for Slotkin, the soon-to-be senior senator from Michigan. Thank you. He's doing the Mike Johnson defense. When faced with something inopportune to defend, claim not to know anything about it. Yeah, I mean, kind of, right? Unless he's so confident she's going to win, he doesn't want to waste resources. Yeah, like who wouldn't want to ride her coattails if she's going to sail to victory? People have been wondering, can DSA win in swing districts, in swing states? Can they win statewide? Here's your opportunity, man, to prop her up and make her look better. Put some people behind her, clean up her image, get some resources behind her. I think it's crazy to not back her up. You can't register as a voter as a Republican and Democrat. What are you talking about? Anybody can register as a Democrat. There's no rules to that. I don't think you know what you're talking about, man.
Turnout, but the race was closer than many had expected. Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, former public health official, he did win by just 1 point. Since that time, President Trump has said he's happy that he won because he's going to be an easier candidate to defeat, basically, is what he's implying. And The Economist has polling showing the party's victory probability has fallen to 48%. Putting Democrats' chances of controlling the Senate at 49%. Obviously, you want to resist that projection. What's your strategy on a coalition here?
Well, I look at that analysis a little bit differently. Margaret, in Michigan, in my view, Abdul's victory was one of the most extraordinary victories in modern political history. You tell me, have you ever heard of a candidate winning who was outspent 9-1? $60 million in billionaire-funded super PAC money came into that race, half from AIPAC, and yet he managed to win.
Okay, so it kind of defangs this talking point that tens of millions of dollars is going to prevent candidates from winning. I don't think Abdul El-Sayed is the most charismatic guy in the world. I don't think he had the most amazing policy. I think he made plenty of mistakes, and he still managed to win. So can't have it both ways. You can't say on one hand that, oh, this is unfair and it's disastrous and it's causing all these problems and it's cheating. And then when your guy still wins, be like, well, we just overcame that. Okay, got it.
Now, I think what we are seeing all over this country, from coast to coast, is that working people are sick and tired of being the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a human right.
Yep.
They're sick and tired of massive income and wealth inequality. Who believes? Now, I know we don't discuss this much in Congress or in the...
I watched Pete's interview on Dr. Mike's The Checkup podcast and really enjoyed hearing him talk.
Nice.
His genuine passion for his beliefs and initiative to better our country is inspiring. Real presidential material. Red heart emoji.
That's awesome. I enjoyed him at the Unite the Ticket rally on Friday with the top of the ticket candidates in Michigan. I thought he did a great job, and the crowd was cheering for him. You know, he's like their boogeyman. He's the guy who stole it from Bernie in Iowa, and he represents the moderate wing, the fascists, and yet he got a bunch of applause. So very sharp, smart guy, knows how to navigate things. Where's he at? Okay, he's 25,999. He's right up in number 3 in our poll, right there on the heels of AOC in second place. Thank you, Stace, for the $20 super chat. I appreciate you.
Media. But nobody that I know thinks it makes sense that one man in America today, Mr. Musk, owns more wealth than the bottom half of American society. Who believes that we should sustain and maintain a corrupt campaign finance system where billionaires are undermining American democracy? The reason that we're going to win is people, whether you're conservative or Democrat, tired of the status quo and of the massive levels of inequality that exist right now.
I think it might have been a gift for Abdul El-Sayed to lose to that $60 million in order to shore up Bernie's argument here and create even more outrage. But on the other hand, Abdul El-Sayed winning and going to the Senate where he can constantly talk about campaign finance reform, if he actually has a plan, which I haven't heard, it's just money out of politics, whatever that means. Like, what's the plan, Chief? Ro Khanna has a bill that would limit the amount you can contribute to a PAC, kind of like a candidate. You know, there's a maximum you can contribute to a campaign. That would be good. I'm sure. And Hawaii's got an interesting idea where corporations cannot contribute money to PACs. So, but I haven't heard anything from Mr. El-Sayed. It's just money out of politics. So hopefully he's got some plans there. And more importantly, a plan to get it passed. I mean, I don't think we want to send people to Congress who just can't even get a bill up for a vote, let alone anywhere near passage, right? It's like, okay, you got to take like 10 steps back and like, let's start with some real low hanging fruit to try to get to that promised land. And I really care more about the plan than the policy at this point, because you could tell me the greatest policy in the world and I'll say, okay, so how are you going to get 60 votes for that, champ? What's the plan? Well, you see, we're going to have nationwide protests and we're going to get the people riled up. All right, the people can't afford their groceries. They're not going in the streets over your side issue, man. But you see, we ever want to do a deep dive about dark money? That was my job. Nice. No, we don't really do stuff like that here. Destiny does research streams. Maybe reach out to him.
You have written a letter that was shared with us to Democratic leaders in Congress and the DNC calling for public funding of elections and for the party to
voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
The Hong thing is pretty obvious to me. Bernie loves Thanksgiving more than anyone can imagine, but he can't admit it or risk his base labeling him a colonizer. Mark Kelly featuring Obama.
Wow. I mean, your guess is as good as anyone's since Bernie is putting forward a bullshit lie at this point. I can't help but take it as anything but Bernie lying to my face. So your joke about him loving Thanksgiving is good as any other excuse.
You don't get it. You just do the thing.
Just do it. Just press the button and you get health care for all. It's just do it. And then when you don't, you just cry AIPAC or fascism and you just go 6 years doing nothing. Oh boy, oh boy. Thank you guys for the super chats.
You have written a letter that was shared with us to Democratic leaders in Congress and the DNC calling for public funding of elections and for the party to prohibit political action committees from participating in primary races. I understand your principled argument here. However, Democrats have a financial resource problem that is very real as compared to Republicans and their war chest. Why would the party disarm?
That's a great question. I've been wondering about this too. All right, guys, we're not going to take any PAC money, even though our opponents are going to take hundreds of millions of dollars from them, but we're not. We're going to tie one arm behind our back and go out there and fight, and the American people will appreciate that. All right. You know, we got to bring a gun to a gunfight here, man. I understand in the primary, you want to take a principled position and refuse money and help from certain groups. Fine. But then you're going to have to focus on your social media game and become a social media darling, which means you may not be the best legislator. You know, you might just be all talk and looks and able to get engagement on X, but maybe you're not the greatest legislator in the world. So I don't know. I think we should get people in Congress who want to find a way to limit money in politics, but understand how to use the system in a smart way right now to get where they need to get. I don't have a problem with people taking PAC money if they get in office and try to limit it. I mean, what's the big deal? I don't get it. They all just need a fire social media manager. Yeah. But I mean, if you're going to just raise money off grassroots donations, then you have to like cause a stir on social media, basically. And that's a different skill set than what it takes to get anything done in Congress. I also think to run for Senate or the House, you should have to go intern for a week in a current sitting member's office. I know that's probably not realistic, but I would love to see people know what the actual job entails, because I think very few people have any clue what goes on in the day-to-day business of a senator or a congressman. And then they just act like they're going to change it all, as if these people show up to work and just play Minesweeper all day instead of trying to solve problems. I'll get in there and I'll fix it all. Okay. What do you do all day as a senator? Well, I don't know. I think I'd rather them intern a minimum wage job. Sure. I mean, something like that too. There you go. 1 week intern shadowing a member of Congress and 1 week on their feet doing a minimum wage job. Those are the requirements to run for office in America.
We're not talking about disarmament. We're talking about within the Democratic primary, not in the general election. The campaign finance system today is corrupt. In Michigan, what you had is AIPAC spending $30 million in the Democratic primary trying to defeat Abdul. They lost. And now they're saying, we're going to support this guy, Rogers, who was a Republican. So what you are seeing is it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or Republican, these special interests, and it's not just AIPAC, it's the AI people, it's crypto. They will take over the primaries and try to get their point of view through, get their special interest accomplished, regardless of which party is. So to me, it is insane that the Democrats would allow somebody to come in, an entity to come in, that will then, if they lose, go into the other party.
Okay, we need to talk more about this, but I have to.
I mean, we see that with other groups too, like the Teamsters. You know, groups are going to endorse whomever they think is going to be best for their group, whether Democrat, Republican. I mean, yeah, that's nothing new, man.
Pay our bills here and take a break. So please stay with us, Senator Sanders. We'll be right back.
It just looks weird to be like, we should totally reject PAC money. We should not allow for this level of money in politics in the primary, but in the general, it's okay. What kind of principles are those, man? It just looks silly. It's like, well, we have to do what's going on in the, we got to compete with the Republicans, so we got to act shitty. It's like, you would not accept this in any other thing in life where it's at this time we could be principled, but during the next phase we're not going to be principled. It just makes you look foolish, in my opinion.
Welcome back to Face the Nation. We return now to our conversation with Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator, before the break, we were talking about your concern about super PACs and their involvement in primaries. You said you don't want Democrats to unilaterally disarm. Just to clarify, you highlighted $60 million poured into Michigan to defeat Dr. El-Sayed. Half of it came from AIPAC. They are now saying they're going to support the Republican in the general, which you also pointed out. Are you okay with Democrats accepting PAC money in the general but not in the primary?
Look, in the world that we live in, until we get rid of Citizens United and get rid of super PACs and move to public funding of elections, that is the reality. You can't allow Democratic candidates to be outspent 50-1. But
Okay, so then the principle looks kind of weak when you're like, well, we can't, but we want to do something, but we can't because the other guys are cheating so hard. Well, then your principle doesn't mean anything, dude. Like, why engage in it even in the primary? I don't understand, man. What else in life could you follow principles in one phase and then abandon it in the next and expect people to respect your opinion? It just seems odd, man.
it is a corrupt campaign finance system, and Democrats can take charge of what takes place within their own primaries right now. General election can't. But within primaries, Democrats can get super PACs out. That's what they should do.
You're not even a Democrat, bro. Thanks for the concern trolling.
I want to focus in on AIPAC in particular, because Dr. El-Sayed campaigned on this platform of cutting unconditional aid to countries, not just Israel. He said Egypt, the country his parents immigrated from, cut it to Jordan, cut it to Pakistan, cut it to Saudi Arabia. He listed a number of countries and Israel. His mention of Israel and the war in Gaza has drawn a lot of criticism. President Trump said it's hate of Jewish people. When you speak, I know you are very specific in referring to the right-wing government of Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister. Would you advise Dr. El-Sayed and other progressive candidates to speak in a way that doesn't invite as much criticism?
Look, I think Abdul has run a brilliant campaign, and he's more than capable of making his own political judgments. But I think, Margaret, all over the country, people are deeply concerned that when we have so many problems at home, we have people sleeping out in the streets, people can't afford health care, we are spending billions and billions of dollars on the right-wing extremist Netanyahu government, which has done horrific things to the Palestinian people.
I love them in buns. I love hot dogs. I love them outside of buns. I love hot dogs. I love them with baked beans. I love hot dogs. It's the best meat there is, without question.
Bernie's not sundowing, he just stopped receiving software updates during the Obama administration. Ugh.
Oh my God. Kick is weighing in here. Nevis with the 5,000 kicks. That is huge. AOC getting some mega points. Doesn't get added automatically. Let me throw that on the board. Huge, man. My God. Okay, she's at 35,099. So that's 40,099. Wow. Still shy of the #1 spot, but very close now. Nevis weighing in. Not deviating from his support for AOC. She gets asked about that on This Week, which we'll be watching here soon. This is the first interview of the Sunday shows that I'm watching, Bernie. That is huge. Thank you. Appreciate that, Nevis. That's big, man. Baked beans. That is a cake exclusive, the 0.75 hot dog song. Hell yeah.
People, many people, experts, including myself, consider what's going on there as a genocide. And I think whether you're Democrat, Republican, conservative, progressive, we don't think that we should be continuing to fund an extremist government like that.
Some MAGA candidates.
My problem with the funding of Israel is we could cut off funding for Israel tomorrow, and it sounds like we're already there anyways. Nobody in Congress wants to vote for anything for Congress. That's not going to improve anyone's lives here in America, and I hate that people are promising people this. Like, why are we spending money on Israel when we could be spending it here? You're not going to see a dollar go to anybody in Michigan, to the homeless, to anybody, if you take it all away from Israel or from Egypt or Qatar. And you can make an argument in general that we shouldn't be involved with foreign policy because it just gets us in more trouble and we can't control the bad things these governments do with our money and they don't listen to us. That's a fair argument, but don't tell people that it's going to lead to an improvement of life here in America, because it's not. It's a false promise, and I find it gross when people that we like do that.
Bad built butch body.
Oh, big.
Bad built butch body. Baby girl. Peach wine, bad built butch body.
Oh, what now?
Peach wine, bad built butch body. Baby girl. Bad built, bad built body. Bad butch body. Peach wine, bad butch body. Bad peach wine, bad butch body.
Mark Kelly,
Damn.
microchip manufacturing is coming back to America thanks to our Chips and Science Act. It became law 4 years ago today, and Arizona has seen tens of thousands of new jobs and a growing economy. I'm proud we got it done.
Hell yeah. Where did he say that? Mark Kelly getting 10,000 points from Yeller with the $100 super chat. Oh my God. You guys are weighing in on all sorts of candidates today. That's awesome. I love the variety of candidates you guys support. Yeller, thank you, man. That's huge. Look at Mark Kelly, 4th place now. We got ourselves a real contest here. Normally it's like a 2-person race for the majority of the month, but right now we've got plenty of people near the top fighting. That's awesome. Thank you, man. Huge. He said it here where I see. He just posted it. I didn't see him on the Sunday shows. He might have been. I didn't watch most of them though. Aid in the form of discounts on weapons they buy from us doesn't buy bread. Yeah. Who was it? I think it was Dan Goldman was arguing that most of the money, no, I don't want to say Dan Goldman because I really don't know who it was, but somebody was arguing that most of the money that we send to Israel is us selling them weapons. So it goes to create jobs here, similar to Ukraine and what goes on there. It's not like we're sending pallets of cash to Israel. It's, creating weapons and funding jobs here. Now, I don't want to make that argument to try to support us sending money to Israel because that's frowned upon, and I understand why, and I agree with the sentiment. I think this current Israeli government's doing bad things, and we don't want to be associated with that. So we have to cut them off in any way, symbolically or not. But still, like, let's talk about what it is, It's not 32 trillion. Yeah, it's really peanuts. A couple $1 billion is a drop in the bucket. Again, my whole point is I don't like this bullshit. I don't like when people bullshit me or the American people and telling them that this is going to put food in the stomach of poor kids if we take that money from Israel is bullshit. And it's no better than Donald Trump saying that he'll cut your energy bill in half in the first year of his administration. It's just straight up lying. And I know Bernie, I'm not accusing him of lying. It's playing games unnecessarily. If you want to make the moral argument, fine. If it helps people sleep at night and they don't want their money going to fund something on the other side of the globe, fine. But, just leave it at that.
Also make that argument. But this is a real attack line being focused on Dr. El-Sayed in particular.
Well, let's be clear. I mean, from Trump on down, you have Trump, who is in many ways an authoritarian type, and he is going to go after El-Sayed because, for racist reasons. I think their first announcement after Abdul won is he is a Muslim, and we're all supposed to hate Muslims. These guys have nothing to say about the major crises facing our country, all they could do is appeal to racism, we're communists, all kinds of nonsense like that. But I think that at the end of the day, the people of Michigan understand that the status quo is not working. We need a candidate like Abdul who has the guts to stand up for working class families. This guy wrote a book. He's a doctor on Medicare for all. Yeah. The current healthcare system is broken. We got to guarantee health care to all people. Abdul understands that and will help us move in that direction.
Senator Sanders, we'll leave it there. We're going to talk about health care next with Dr. J.
Well, I've been very unhappy with the progressive leadership in the Democratic Party lately, and this is not a great interview for me. Now, maybe I'm salty, man. Maybe I'm just unhappy with these guys in general, but I truly support the policy. I support Medicare for all. I support raising the minimum wage. I support progressive policy. I don't support democratic socialism. I don't think it's the end of the world. I really don't think it's crazy in regards to what they ultimately want, right? Like, we'd all love to live in a world with very few people in prison and no borders and the police treating communities differently and whatever, man. But, that stuff is very far off in the future. So their positions are they're not even they are idealistic for the most part. And it's very easy to go out there and promise the world to people and be a champion for crazy things that are impossible to get right now. But when it comes to progressive policy, I think that's very doable if we take the proper steps. It's not going to happen overnight, but we could do this, man. We could raise the cap on Social Security, for example. I think that's pretty progressive, and it wouldn't see any cuts for a number of years. I mean, there's a lot of things we could do. We could work on guaranteeing a right to housing in some form in America and show that the ROI is huge by helping people. But right now, the current Progressive Party leadership is disappointing me with their bullshit. I feel like they're weak in with like what Bernie's saying here in his bullshit excuse for not endorsing Francesca Hong. And it's just like the same old tunes being sung over and over again that aren't going to get people inspired. In a perfect world, we wouldn't need prisons or police. So I get the mindset. Yeah, like I wish DSA wasn't running on that as a platform, but more as like, here's our ideals and what we would love to see one day. But here's what our platform is right now. We want to reduce the prison population by 10% by funding alternative housing for non-violent offenders who we believe are in there due to economic conditions. Like something like that, I think would be rather inoffensive, and most people wouldn't even give it a second look. Or we want to increase the number of migrants in America here legally by 3 times through expanding temporary work permits and the green card program. But, just they could have a platform that is very inoffensive, but takes big steps in the direction that they want to see this country go. But I don't know why they decide to just put their maximal positions out there. Maximal, is that the right word? Maximum? Maximalist? Raising the cap of Social Security isn't even that progressive. Yeah, but like the only people really talking about it are progressives. Though I think there was a bipartisan proposal by Elizabeth Warren and maybe Bernie Moreno, Republican senator from Ohio, to raise the cap. The only problem with what you're saying is that they see all those things as release valves and band-aids preventing the revolution. Yeah, but I agree, and I understand it, and it's like it won't get their people excited to say reduce the prison population by 10%. But that's the real answer. I mean, everything else is just engaging in nonsense. And these people are smart. They're not idiots. I know some of you guys might disagree with that conclusion, but these are not idiots, man. Like they know what they're doing, and they know they're taking advantage of people, and they know they are taking advantage of a moment, and they're misleading people, man. I don't see it as much better than MAGA and Trump's lies and bullshit. And it really bothers me. And I'm not trying to say Bernie is the same as Trump, but there are some hints of that with his approach. And I don't like that.
Democratic socialists are on a roll. That has some Democratic leaders nervous, but not the most high-profile Democratic socialists of all, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who joins me live this morning. Another This Week exclusive. Progressives prevail.
We are a state in need of a movement to take our politics back.
Abdul El Sayed wins in battleground Michigan as Democrats scramble to unite after a brutal primary.
The stakes are high, and people from around the country, people from around the world, are watching the state of Michigan.
This guy is dangerous for America.
Can El Sayed win in November? And what would it mean for Democrats going into the 2028 presidential election? This morning.
And if we want a different politics, we have got to elect different politicians.
A This Week exclusive, the kingmaker of progressive politics, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez joins us live, hours after a deeply personal announcement. Iran defiant. The president is looking for a way out.
I'm involved in the negotiation. I think we're doing fine.
But the Iranians say they will never reopen the Strait of Hormuz unless the U.S. corrects its behavior.
Yeah, these negotiations are going so well. Look at the latest demands from Iran. They think they're winning, and they probably are right. They're demanding that we leave the region, that we pay reparations, that they control the Strait of Hormuz, which Trump seems to be okay with now. He seems to have resolved himself to the fact that they're going to control the Strait of Hormuz. This fucking idiot, man. They did not have control of that before, and this freaking idiot has now got us in this situation, and he's got no way out. They are demanding the world, and he'll probably give in on everything. You guys heard me say it for months. I've been saying it for 5 months. Trump is going to give them everything they want, everything, in order to get out of this. Such an L. It'd take years for us to recover from this if we ever do. And some people may say it's not a big deal, but look at it. We proved that we cannot militarily pound somebody into submission. We revealed how weak we are, and that's not easy to recover. I mean, for a long time, the world looked at us like, damn, better not mess with America. Even though we had Afghanistan and Iraq, we were able to leave and get out of there with some of our influence still intact. But now it's like, why should anybody be scared of us? Like, we'll blow some stuff up, and then as long as you stick to your guns and drag it out, we'll give up.
We'll speak with Trump's former defense secretary, Mark Esper. And
because a lot of them are very angry at Republicans, to be honest with you. Why is that? They're not angry at me, but they are angry at Republicans.
The roundtable on what is really driving voters and dividing the parties.
From ABC News, it's This Week. Here now, Jonathan Karl.
Good morning. Welcome to This Week. We witnessed a political earthquake in Michigan on Tuesday. Abdul El Sayed defeated an opponent who was supported by the most powerful Democratic leaders in both Michigan and in Washington. And he survived an onslaught of super PAC spending, attempting to portray him as too extreme to win in one of America's most important battleground states. El Sayed's victory was narrower than some had expected. He prevailed with less than 50% of the vote, but it was the first major statewide victory for an insurgent progressive movement that has been toppling Democratic incumbents this primary season.
I think he's got to really make some changes here, man. He is fighting from behind right now. As Jonathan Karl said, he got less than 50% of the vote on Tuesday night. More people voted for someone else in the Democratic primary than him. And his polls, and the polls in general, showed that he was up like 17 points, and then he won by less than 1%. Those same polls showed that Mike Rogers was beating him in the general by 1%. So if the polls overcompensated his support.
Earthquake? Didn't Saeed almost lose?
Yeah, he almost did. I mean, him winning's a pretty big deal. I won't discount that. I think it's a big deal. I mean, these kind of candidates were unable to win not that long ago. But if the polls are overestimated his support versus Stevens, then I think they're overestimating his support versus Rogers at the same time. So I would imagine that he's more than 1% behind Mike Rogers before he won the primary. I don't know where he's at now, but he needs to stop acting like he's just going to run the same campaign through November and win. That's not going to work. I keep saying drop Hassan Piker. It would make me personally very happy because of my eternal hatred of that guy. I mean, I don't really care that much. I think he's a jackass, but who cares? I don't sit up at night grinding my teeth. I don't stay up at night grinding my teeth over him. It doesn't really bother me. But it would bring me a lot of satisfaction to watch him get thrown under the bus after running his mouth for years and years. But he's just dragging down Abdul El-Sayed's campaign. I mean, what value is there to keeping him around? Maybe you could make the argument in the primary he was galvanizing people. He was getting people off the sidelines who maybe would have stayed on at home. But I don't even know if that's the case. I don't think he's got much of a presence on the campaign trail, or he's just kind of talking about him, which he could continue to do from the comfort of his mansion in Los Angeles. And I think Abdul El-Sayed should just throw him under the bus and say, I don't agree with him. I think what he said is un-American. I love this country. And I think he owes people a big apology. But he refuses to do that. He's just kind of playing this game of, well, he's got his opinion that I disagree with, and that's it. Oh, okay. So you're going to hang out with a guy who's saying America deserved 9/11 and just chalk it up to a difference of opinion. Like, well, he believes we deserved it. I believe we don't. And then even weirder is people making up this bullshit that Hassan has apologized for those comments. That's not true. And watch, AOC is going to say that in this interview. And that, again, just lying to our face, man. And it brings me no joy to drag these progressive heroes. But if they're lying to our face, I'm pissed.
Was Jesus a carpenter because he was good at mending fences? Mark Kelly.
These people could use some Jesus in their life to fix those fences. They didn't seem to get the message, man. They are not mending fences. If anything, the dude doubled down. So far, he's like, nah, I mean, Hassan's got his opinion. Oh, okay. So if some guys out there saying the Holocaust never happened, is that just their opinion? And, you still hang around him or something weird? Hassan has a framed picture from 9/11, some newspaper behind him that he put up recently. I've never heard of Hassan apologizing for those remarks. He thinks it's funny. He thinks it's edgy. He probably has said something along the lines of, I wouldn't say that now, or maybe I shouldn't have said that, but he's not apologizing for that in any way at all. And I can't believe AOC says that in this interview. I'm just so sick of these people lying to us, man.
Sometimes, intra-family squabbles are the biggest ones. But we all know that when we walk out the house, we stand united.
If El-Sayed manages to win in November, the progressive movement will be well on its way to taking over the Democratic Party. If he loses, Democratic hopes of winning control of the Senate may well be extinguished. And in just 2 days, there's another primary, this one in battleground Wisconsin, where Francesca Hong, a candidate backed
Hassan
by
2024, Joyful Libs. Hassan 2026, Let's Unite Libs.
Yeah, right. So funny to watch Hassan try to be a coalition builder, right? He doesn't have it in him. It's like he's just an attack dog who is good at farming outrage. He doesn't have the ability to actually build something and make something.
Democratic Socialists of America holds a commanding lead in the polls to be the Democratic nominee for governor. She's been explaining and backing off controversial positions that she has taken in the past, from abolishing prisons and abolishing police to canceling Thanksgiving. Republicans see an opportunity here, portraying progressive and socialist Democrats as lunatics and communists. Those attacks from Republicans aren't surprising, but some moderate Democrats are raising alarms too. This week, a group of moderates announced a multi-million-dollar ad campaign targeting Democratic Socialists of America, saying the movement poses a, quote, mortal danger for Democrats.
Okay, that feels a bit hyperbolic to me. I get it. I know Destiny would agree with them, and that's fine. He's entitled to his opinion. I think that's a bit hysterical. But who knows?
Oh God, I thought canceling Thanksgiving was a meme.
No, she's a holiday hater, man. She's worried about the 4 people that would get offended by every holiday. She's the type of person who would tell you we shouldn't celebrate Valentine's Day because it hurts the feelings of single people.
Back in 2018, it was a little-known 28-year-old bartender and Democratic socialist who ran against one of the most powerful Democrats in Congress and actually won, helping to spark the movement that we see today. 8 years later, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is arguably the leading progressive voice in America. And
by the way, there was a progressive DSA challenger in Hawaii yesterday. They have their primaries on a Saturday. He got his ass handed to him. He got his butt kicked. Let's see if they have the final votes. Last I saw, it was like 85% all. And it was just an ass beating of epic proportions. Yeah. And I saw people talking about this like, oh, here we go. Here's the next one. And then whenever they lose, they get quiet very quickly. They have nothing to say. This guy, Ed Case, was running for re-election and completely beat the ass of his further left challenger. 58.5, 37.4. And this is a more blue district from what I understand too. So, you know, then they'll never tell you about all the losses, just the wins. That guy released an internal poll that said he was up by 20. Wow. These polls are just all over the place. It says Representative Ed Case, a moderate, longtime political figure in Hawaii, is facing 4 challengers running to his left, including Jared Keohakolo, a state senator in this heavily Democratic district centered on Honolulu. Let's see if this guy was DSA or not. I don't know. I know he was like the further left candidate. Looking at his endorsements page, he's got labor unions, organizations, Our Revolution. I don't see DSA. Maybe he's not DSA. DSA member? I don't know. But I know he was to the left, and he did not win. Ed Case voted for the SAVE Act. Oh my God. That's crazy. Echo chambers they live in means they only ever hear about the wins. Yeah. I think it's just as important to talk about the losses. In fact, I think it's almost more important to talk about the losses. I mean, we've spent a lot of time talking about Kamala's loss in 2024, and I'm more than happy to talk about any liberal or moderate candidate losing, because that's where you really learn. When you win, you learn some things, but when you lose, that is the time to grow. Failure is a wonderful teaching tool. That's why I don't think these DSA types and the progressives right now will ever really achieve much until they start accepting that they lost because of their ideas and their coalition that they built wasn't good enough. Instead of blaming the corporate media or the DNC or APAC, you know, until they stop blaming all these outside forces, then they will not grow. They will not learn. Our Revolution seems kind of close to DSA. I don't know what their status is now, but it basically was Bernie's movement through 2020. I don't know if there's much difference there nowadays between Bernie and them. They do talk about their losses. Israel's keeping them down. Well, yeah. Okay, but I mean in a way where you're reflecting within, right? Like failure's not a good learning tool if you don't change anything and learn from it yourself. If the only lesson you learn from your losses is Israel man bad, then that's not going to help you because you can't do anything about Israel.
60 months of my favorite Israeli streamer. Not that being Israeli is wrong or anything, think I just mentioned that for no reason, but also it's bad.
Yeah, right. Like Hassan, what a mask off moment. He found out I was born in Israel and a dual citizen, and he's like, here it is. And then he had to say minutes later to his audience, it's nothing wrong with being a citizen of Israel. You know, I got people here. It's like, you went there, bro. So just being a citizen of Israel, you're looked at suspiciously in his world. Very strange. Imagine doing that for any other country. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the 60 months, dude. That's awesome.
In a recent New Hampshire poll, the top Democratic choice for president. And Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez joins me now. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's been a huge week. What does Abdel El-Sayed's victory in Michigan say about the future of the Democratic Party?
I think that we are in a time of renewal for the Democratic Party, and it's tremendously exciting for all of us, for the big tent of the Democratic Party. We have really an ascendance of a young, inspiring, exciting electorate, energizing wave of candidates that I think really inject a new energy to the Democratic Party and add to the toolbox of candidates that we have to win the midterm elections, hopefully in November.
So I do not disagree with any of that. I am thrilled at these young, energetic, working class people getting involved in running, and I want to tap into that. That's why when I say we should see what we can get, what we can learn, what we can use from these DSA candidates, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about their hatred of America or their strange Marxist ideology or whatever. I'm talking about the way they're tapping into what people feel right now. And that is important because, boy, vibes is everything when it comes to who people vote for, who they come out for. You can say the same thing from two different people and it will not have the same impact. It's all about connecting with people, and they're resonating. You can't argue that, you know. That's why when I hear, you know, my disagreement with Destiny, when I hear him say we need to snuff this out, and I see a lot of people in his community saying we need to smash this nascent DSA movement before it gets big and becomes a huge problem, I push back because I see it as they're tapping into something, and there's no reason we can't do that as well. I mean, you saw Pete Buttigieg doing that at the Unite the Ticket rally on Friday, where he was saying what they wanted to hear, and it was coming from a centrist, moderate Democrat. So there's no reason that the Democratic Party as a whole can't tap into that energy and kind of reframe how people see the Democrats. I want to get progressives in office, not socialists. Well, but nobody wants socialists, right? Like, we all believe in this dream of America where you can open up a donut shop and you could be an immigrant who doesn't speak a lick of English and start a donut shop, and by the time you're 40, you got 6 of them in a chain and you're rich as hell, right? Like, we love the idea of capitalism, but it's not working for a lot of people right now. And it's at a point where they're people like Elon Musk who have more wealth than half the country. And it's concentrated in the wealth of this country is concentrated in the hands of very few. And that's not right. That's broken capitalism. Doesn't mean we abandon capitalism. You know, it's like if your marriage is having a bit of a rocky patch because for whatever reasons, you don't just divorce, right? Like, you go try to figure it out. And okay, well, what are we not doing here? What can we do? And I think that the base of the marriage is strong. There's a reason why you got married, and you appreciate each other, and you built something together, and you maybe just need to work on it a little more and fix it up a bit. That's what I think. But the reason I bring that up is because most Americans don't understand what socialism is or democratic socialism. They have no clue. They just think it means cheaper health insurance and being able to buy a house before the age of 40, which I get why they're getting behind this stuff, because they don't see the existing system working for them. And they're not looking for some huge overhaul, but they think that these people can get in there and shake things up a bit, you know? You could become swingers. Hey, if it keeps your marriage going and everybody's happy, whatever. To be fair, El Sayed isn't DSA. Yeah, true. But he should talk about that. Like, El Sayed would do a world of good for the Democratic Party if he went out there and talked about why he's not a democratic socialist. You know, think about that. How powerful would that be for El Sayed to stand up in front of the mic and cameras and say, I'm not a democratic socialist, and this is why. That would help our party tremendously. And if other people did that too, instead of just saying, oh, these are crazy ideas and these people are kooky, tell people, especially coming from someone like him who's progressive and has the attention of that further left faction of the party, like, hey, we don't want to go to democratic socialism. There's a reason why I'm not identifying with that. But he doesn't talk about that. He just kind of quiet about it.
As you'd seen progressives winning in a lot of these other primaries, it was often dismissed, people saying, oh, this is in very blue parts of the country, in big cities. But this is Michigan.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
We need to grab the votes. Mark Kelly.
Mr. Wrinkle with the $10. Mark Kelly climbing his way up there, number 4. Thanks, bro. Grab the votes.
This is battleground Michigan, and he won. Now he has the biggest test. Can he win in November? What does he have to do to win over those Democrats who opposed him?
Well, you know, I think that this really is a moment, not just in Michigan, but across the country, where the party is unifying. The party is unifying, and it is focused on the November elections. We understand that our priority is the working class of this country. And we have to make the case that we're here to make people's lives better. And the Republican Party right now is jacking up prices, making housing impossible to afford. And we are focused on everything from healthcare to your grocery bill and making it more affordable for working people.
Well, that's how we win the midterms. If we make it a referendum on Trump. That's why the party in the White House usually gets creamed in the first midterms, because people tend to be upset about what they did and want change. So making it a referendum on Trump's administration, we win. If it stays about El Sayed and his association with Hassan Piker and the DSA being too extreme and communism, we lose. So we got to take some steps here. That's why I think it would be brilliant for El Sayed to say why he's not a democratic socialist, and for some people to start pushing back on these guys and show the difference between the Democrats and them. Instead, we want to take this route of, well, we're a big party and we can handle some more extreme voices, which I think is fine. But if the Republicans are going to run entirely on DSA man bad, then we should either defend them or say that's not who we are. We got to draw some red lines, man. I do like she said that we're uniting the party, and we have seen that thanks to the moderates. And, you know, give El Sayed some credit. He also has been embracing the moderates. He posted an endorsement from Kamala Harris, and some of his base were very unhappy with that, saying that, you know, how hypocritical of you to run a campaign on a genocide and how you're against it, and then take the support of one of the biggest enablers of the genocide. Not my words. This is his supporters. So, you know, credit to him for being able to weather that criticism and being unafraid of it. He's also embraced Haley Stevens and said positive things about her, but I would give more credit to the moderates for, you know, here's a guy, El Sayed, who said he would not vote for Chuck Schumer to be the leader, and Chuck Schumer's out there fighting for him to win. I mean, you don't really see that kind of attitude from a lot of leaders. That I would say that's true leadership right there. And everybody's behind him from the moderate side. I don't really see anybody pushing back on him.
You know, this week there was also a prominent Republican, a very prominent Republican, who said some things about wealthy corporations profiting, effectively a fleece.
Oh, hold on. I got a sub on Kick. Lockies, thank you for the resub on Kick. Appreciate that, man.
Americans. It sounded a lot like what I've heard you said. I want to play this and see your reaction.
Sure. They're making too much money, okay? Based on a shortage, they're making too much money. I don't like it. When you look at one company where they made 12 times what they made the year before, they got to give some of that back to the public. And they better cut the retail price, the consumer price.
Well,
Trump. I don't even know where he is, man. Just saying random shit. They better cut the price. I thought that would have been brilliant if they did that. Of course, they never did.
I get that we want to win, but the tent is too big.
Too big? The tent can never be too big. Never. Everybody in America should be a member of the Democratic Party, in my opinion. No matter what their opinions, we want them on our side. That is crazy. Trump demanding oil companies lower their prices, and you know, we had all these people crying that Kamala would be a communist or whatever, you know, and here's Trump demanding prices be fixed. Too big to ring. I don't know, man. I thought the oil companies would have done themselves a huge favor if they would have used some of their profits, because they're making out like bandits, right? When oil goes up to 100+ per barrel, they're grinning ear to ear like, oh boy, we get to charge a lot more for the same thing. Let's go. But nope, never did anything. Just greedy bastards. I feel like if Kamala was president, she would have demanded something. She would have dragged them all into her office and scolded them and said, you guys need to help the entire American people. But we wouldn't even be in this situation if Kamala was president. She wouldn't have started a war in Iran. No one actually knows what communism means. Yep. It's okay when Trump does it.
That was Donald Trump, obviously, talking about oil and gas companies and high gas prices. What did you make of that?
I think that everyday people, everyday Americans, we can see the very large gap between what Donald Trump says and what Donald Trump does. And so Donald Trump may be saying that oil companies are making too much money, but what Donald Trump is doing is starting a reckless war in Iran, having closed-door meetings with oil companies before his election, saying, you know, you give me money, you give me campaign contributions, and I will do whatever you want. And so what we have seen, everything from Supreme Court rulings to Donald Trump's own policy, is what he is doing is jacking up the price, not just at the pump, but at everything that you buy that requires the transportation of goods. And so he can say whatever he'd like from the Oval Office, but I think people are more looking at what he chooses to do.
But that's a reflection of what he is seeing the people care about, what the people are thinking.
And, you know, to the president's credit, he comes from television, and he's very responsive to public sentiment. And so he knows what he needs to say. But again, none of that is going to lower the cost of your rent or your mortgage. None of that is going to lower the interest rates that you're paying. None of that is going to make your grocery bill more affordable. And what we want to know and what we want to see is action.
All right, I want to go back in time just briefly to 2018 when you won. And you absolutely shocked the political world. We saw the pictures of you that night. You were...
Trump took over the Repubs. If we are inviting them into the Dems, who will stop them from taking over? The next midterm it will be 20 seats and so on.
Well, I mean, we have to have people who voted for Trump voting for Democrats if we're going to win, right? Got to win a majority. So I think if people are voting for Dems, then they're on board with the policy. They're not doing it as insurgents, just trying to get in the party and then change it. But the political parties, to win, they have to be with the American people, man. They got to be where the American people are at. I don't see the problem. I don't understand. You can't tell people not to feel a certain way.
Obviously shocked that you had won. You probably don't recall this, but I interviewed you hours later, the next morning, and let's just play just a little bit of that.
Sure.
Judging from the reaction that we all saw of you on television, it seemed to surprise you as well.
It did. You know, I wasn't even checking the election results at all. I wasn't even following the precincts coming in. We had driven straight to our little party at a little billiard spot in the Bronx, and we hopped in, and I just kind of walked into a TV set, and I looked at the screen, and I saw not only the numbers, but what those numbers were, and it was a complete shock.
So, I mean, you sound there a lot like you sound today, but you've changed as well, right? How have you changed since you came in?
I'm talking about the socialists. Okay, so a third of Democrats identify as Democratic Socialists now, according to a CNN poll. So are you saying we should exclude a third of Democrats? Because that's a losing strategy, in my opinion.
This insurgent rebel at odds with the Democratic leadership. How have you changed?
You know, I think life has a way of really weathering you and adding to your context and your experience. It humbles you, but it also emboldens you in a lot of ways. And I think it has been the greatest privilege of my life to be able to represent the working people of my congressional district. And I think some of the ways that it's changed me has been to be able to come in with so many aspirations for our country, and then to have the remarkable opportunity to be in the arena and try to make the country a better place, challenges and all. And I love that it's hard. I love that I have to, and I get to, engage with people from all across the country, elected officials from all across the country, to try to actually fulfill our dreams to guarantee health care to every American.
And you continue to push for change in the Democratic Party, but you're also one of the most prominent figures in that party right now. Your endorsement is incredibly valuable. I've noticed that this time around, this election cycle, you have not endorsed candidates that were challenging Democratic incumbents in the House. And somebody took note of this. A fellow progressive wrote recently, the headline in The Hill was, "Today's cautious AOC would not have endorsed the AOC of 2018." Because you were obviously running against an incumbent. I mean, that's probably correct, right? What's your thinking there?
You know, I wasn't endorsed by anybody when I was running.
Your friends.
Yeah, just some friends. So yeah. I wasn't endorsed by I don't think I was endorsed by a single elected official when I was running for office. And, you know, I think when I see so many of these incredible insurgent candidates that are running today, that's part of what makes me so proud of them, is that they do not answer to any master. They are not beholden to any corporate interest or any party boss. And they are completely independent, which allows them to be responsive to their communities and the people that elected them. And I think that in many ways that makes our movement stronger, when you have to rely on your own organizing skills. And I think that it has proven to be quite successful. And I mean, I see so many of these candidates, and they remind me of that moment.
I mean, but like
that's kind of what I'm talking about. Is like, these people are doing the impossible in some ways, right? Like upsetting longtime incumbents to win the nomination basically on their own. That's why I don't want to just discount them and attack them and throw them to the side. I want to learn from them. I want whatever they did to win to rub off on the more moderate candidates and learn how they connect with people, because I don't think it has anything to do with socialism. I really don't. I don't think the American people want democratic socialism or socialism. I don't think they know what it means. But in their eyes, these people are advocating for affordable health insurance, for life to be more affordable, to be able to buy a house, and to disrupt the status quo. And that's it. They have no idea about the socialism or Marxism or any of that shit. They don't know about abolishing prisons or ICE or any of that stuff. They don't care. And most people just see an energetic, passionate person who's demanding more and sounds like they know what they're talking about. And that's why they're supporting democratic socialism. Couldn't define it. If you put a gun to their head or offer them $1 million, they wouldn't come anywhere near the actual definition.
In New York, you had the candidates that were endorsed by Mayor Mamdani,
Mm-hmm.
two of whom were challenging sitting members of Congress. Powerful.
The implication here is the incumbents do have masters and are puppets of corporate lobbyists. Yeah, I was thinking that when she was talking too. It's like, I wish if she's going to make that claim, which I'm not sure she is, but she said that these guys are beholden to their constituents only, to no other stakeholders. It's like, okay, so you're implying other people aren't. So can you talk about that? I wish you would be able to show some examples and connect the dots, because right now people just use their imagination. They're like, oh, well, AIPAC gives somebody money, so they vote for Israel. I mean, I don't know if there's a direct line between this stuff. Like, oh, the real estate lobby gives somebody money, so they voted against this or that. I know there's examples of it, but I think if people like AOC laid it out so plainly with a few examples, then they could really get something going.
Members of Congress. But like in New York, you had the candidates that were endorsed by Mayor Mamdani, two of whom were challenging sitting members of Congress, powerful members of Congress, Democrats, and you decided to sit that one out. Is that part of wanting to work with your colleagues that are in the House? I mean, what's the...
Yeah, I think we're all in different, politics is also a workplace, and we're all in different positions to that. I endorsed, for example, in New York, on the state level, I endorsed a slate of challengers to incumbents in the Assembly and in the Senate, and I don't work in state government, which gives me a greater freedom to be able to do that and to assess it. And I'm very grateful, that we now have a progressive movement that is in large enough numbers that, it used to be that you could fit 5 people in a closet, and that was the caucus. And now we've grown into quite a successful movement.
So you have Wisconsin coming up next. Francesca Hong, who is the Democratic Socialists of America supported candidate for governor. You haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress, winning back the...
So now here is where I start to get upset. Here's where I start to say, who do you think we are? Like, what is this about, man? Love AOC, think she's a great example, but don't lie to my face, man. Don't bullshit me. Why would you not endorse this woman? If you have a valid reason, say it. But just to say I'm focused on Congress when you're out there endorsing people in the state Senate in New York is bullshit. And it's no better than Bernie saying, I don't endorse governors and mayors. I'm focused on the Senate. And yeah, I did endorse Troy Jackson for governor in Maine in June, but that was an exception. I've known him for a long time. This woman is the face of democratic socialism for the next week. And she's been, for the last few months, one of like 5 people. She is now front and center, the face of democratic socialism, something that you want to see implemented, that you think is a big deal. And you're going to let her just burn out on her own? You're going to leave her out to dry, just to spiral? Why? Why would you leave it to chance? Why wouldn't you get behind her? Why wouldn't you say, fuck yeah, I'm behind Francesca Hong? And if you think she's a weak candidate and that she's bad for your movement, why don't you say something? Why this bullshit? I don't like this lying to my face. It's like, who do you think I am? Now, my question to you guys is, am I overreacting? Do you think that this is being too harsh? Because I'm pissed when I see stuff like this. Don't give me this bullshit. This is like when somebody leaves their job, gets fired or something, and says, I wanted to spend more time with my family. Bullshit. You want to spend time with your family? Bullshit. Limp dick answer. you are the less than 1% that knows they're being lied to. I don't know why more people wouldn't feel like they're being lied to. Listen to her whole answer.
Grown into quite a successful movement.
So you have Wisconsin coming up next. Francesca Hong, who is the Democratic Socialists of America supported candidate for governor. You haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress, winning back the House, and positioning ourselves to have the best chance possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of those comments?
Does anyone believe that? Did anybody believe that? Does anyone out there seriously believe that she would not give a damn about this woman on the verge of winning the Democratic nomination for DSA in a swing state to be a statewide governor? Like, what? Oh, I'm just focused on Congress. I'm not concerned about a governor of a swing state representing DSA and the entire movement that I want to stand for. No, I'm not concerned about that at all. I'm more interested in the House and Congress. She's being tactical. Why? But explain to me why AOC would not endorse one of the prominent faces of democratic socialism right now. Is AOC a DSA? Yes. She is a card-carrying DSA member since 2018, at least 2018. Explain to me why she would not endorse one of the biggest faces of DSA right now on the national stage. Why would she just, and second of all, explain to me how her excuse is valid there. They think Hong will lose. Then why not throw her under the bus and not let her take down your movement with you, right? Like, that sounds crazy to me. Absolutely crazy that you would just leave it to chance. Like, well, she's going to burn. She's going down. Like, what? Why would you not try to help her? According to the poll, she's up 20 points on her closest challenger. She's on the verge of securing the nomination. And if you think she's going to lose in the general, why not help her? Because there's no reason she should lose. He wants to keep them free and pure of establishment endorsement. I don't get it, man. She's probably aware of the media environment. She might win, doesn't want to spend the political capital with liberals. I'm not buying that. Not buying it. So you're telling me she would rather see someone who is the face of DSA for the next week, for the last week now that El Sayed's race is settled. It's
controversial statement.
It's back. This is the only thing in the spotlight now is Francesca. You're saying she's okay with seeing her just fail miserably and her movement be negatively impacted by that? I find that's hard to believe. And second of all, do you accept the excuse? Do you think she's telling the truth that she's just trying to win the House and the Senate? And he called her out on that basically a moment ago. He didn't even call her out. She volunteered the information that she endorsed a bunch of candidates for state legislature in New York. So if you're truly focused on winning back the House and the Senate, why would you endorse people in the state legislature in New York that has nothing to do with the Congress? And then tell us in the next breath that you're focused only on the House and the Senate when asked why you're not endorsing a governor in Wisconsin. They want the best of two worlds. Well, I think she's lying to us, and I don't like that. And it doesn't make me abandon her and say I'll never support her and I hate her, but I think she's lying to us, and I don't like that. Her and Bernie did the same thing with some other dumb answer, and I think it's unnecessary. I think it's insulting. I think it is shocking that they won't back somebody who represents their movement. And to me, it shows poor leadership. Why would you let somebody go down like that in flames that represents your movement, your ideology? That's really bad. I don't know. They should own it. Yeah, it's like they don't want to be associated with this person. She's done nothing wrong, this woman, Francesca Hong. She's got some cringe comments from 2020 that she's doubled down on a little bit about Thanksgiving, but it's innocent stuff and it's coming from a good place. It's not like Francesca Hong said America deserved 9/11. She said that Thanksgiving can be hard and difficult for some people because of the history of Native Americans. I mean, that's pretty much it. Wow. God forbid. I mean, people say stuff like that all the time. I don't agree, but I understand. I think she's coming from a good place. I don't think she's trying to like hate America or something. AOC doesn't like Hong and doesn't think Hong is a strong DSA rep. Well, I would assume that's the conclusion, but then why lie to our face and say that I'm not invested in state races? I'm just doing Congress. Why lie? Why not just say, look, I think Francesca Hong is not representative of democratic socialism and that she has some real weaknesses and I'm concerned about her policy. I don't know. I obviously there's no great answer, but this is part of it. When you have a movement, you're going to have some people in your movement that you may disagree with, and sometimes they're going to get a lot of attention, and it's up to you what you do at that point. I don't know what this Hong woman has done that's so bad that everybody needs to like not endorse her as DSA people. Like what? That I understand, like as a moderate, you don't want to go near her, but as a progressive, why would you not endorse her?
Candidate for governor. You haven't endorsed her. Are you going to?
No, I haven't endorsed in that race. My focus has been in winning back the Congress, winning back the House, and positioning ourselves to have the best chance possible to win the Senate. So I've been focused on those legislative races.
What do you make of those controversial statements? I'm sure you've seen. I mean, she's the Thanksgiving dust up. She says she doesn't, still believe that, but, the abolished prisons, abolished police, which is also positions that have been taken by a lot of the progressive candidates who have won. How do you get around that? I mean, those are not positions that are supported by most of America.
I mean, I think that a lot of these races, even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from a lot of that.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay, that's interesting.
And I think that what's important is that we have to assess what
was it. I mean, did the movement go too
now.
far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
Well, I think that during this time and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns.
Yeah.
And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down, right? And I think that we all share in the goals of having as low a crime rate as possible. I think that, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
There you go. It's a great answer. That's what Tallarico did months ago when he was confronted with his cringy 2020 woke 1.0 language. Just laugh it off. Hey, man, we were having some bizarre discussions and there was due to extreme things happening. And, it got some interesting voices and opinions out there. And I think it moved things in the right direction. We would not use the same language now. And looking back on it, it's kind of cringe, but that's where we were at the moment. But we judge people by what they say now. And I mean, it's really not that hard. This is why when Abdul El-Sayed is asked about why he wrote defund the police or said it years ago and he deflects, I find it very irritating. And other people have done it too, like Francesca Hong. When she's asked about this stuff, she just starts talking about other things. It's like, dude, just take it on. Accept that you posted cringe, and you wouldn't say that now. I mean, I don't think it's the end of the world to say, yeah, I posted it. So what? That's what I was feeling, and I've learned more, and now we're talking about stuff a bit differently, and this is how I feel now. So end of story. But when you heem and ha and you avoid the question and you start saying you're just trying to distract, and you look suspicious. What got moved in the right direction? Oh boy, people learn so much, including me, about how communities are policed and what the cops are doing that leads to problems. Like, we got so close to a new law passed with federal rules. Like, for example, cops can go from one department to another. There's no like federal list for police officers, from what I understand. There's also there's no federal rules like shooting at a moving vehicle. We got into a conversation about body cams being mandatory. I mean, a lot of the things that people were complaining about, and that, for every person killed by the police, there's thousands and thousands of lesser interactions between communities and the police that piss them off. There's disrespect, there's over-policing, there's under-policing in certain areas, and it got people talking about what is the cause for crime and what are some solutions and where can we invest to make things better, and on and on. I mean, how many people learned about the plight of others through the discussions that we had and what came out of the George Floyd protests? I thought it was great. And since then, we've seen huge movement in violent crime going way down since the height of the pandemic. And though a lot of that has to do with people getting back out there and the stresses of life going down, I think a lot of people learned some lessons from that and moved the needle in a different direction.
Because and obviously the Democratic Socialists of America are having quite a moment. Mm-hmm. But you know how Republicans are responding. Let me just give you a brief sampling.
Sure. Let's call it what it is. It's communism.
Whoa. The Commie Caucus is coming to Congress. Communism is on the ballot this November.
Oh, we're not going to turn this country into a communist experiment.
Well, you can kind of get a sense of the theme, and obviously the president has said the same thing. But by the way, just a quick definitional thing, what in your mind is the difference between socialism and communism?
I think, to me, the fundamental differences, there's many. Yeah. One prevailing one is democracy. And I believe that democratic socialists are fundamentally pro-democracy. And we believe in the ballot box. We believe in respecting the outcomes of elections and governing democratically, and ensuring that the ideas and policies that are implemented are won through popular vote and popular opinion. And so I think that's why so much of what we focus on is also making sure that we are providing for the majority of Americans, guaranteeing health care, raising wages, strengthening the right to a union. And I think that that's at its core what we're about.
Are you still a member of Democratic Socialists of America?
Of the New York City chapter.
The New York City chapter, not the national?
No.
And what's the difference?
So every DSA chapter is formed locally. Yeah. And so the New York City DSA chapter, those are folks that you know. It's kind of like your local union chapter. Yeah. And yeah. So,
because I know there was that strange moment in 2024.
I don't buy this too. This to me is also bullshit. We first heard this from Francesca Hong, that she does not support the national platform's positions on things like abolishing prisons, that she's a member of her Madison, Wisconsin branch. And so we looked into it, and her local chapter, sure enough, has a working group to abolish prisons. So I don't think there's any daylight between the local branches and the national branch. So I'm on New York City Democratic Socialist page right now, and I'm willing to bet that I could find every single DSA policy on there, from abolishing prisons to borders to anything. I doubt that they don't support that. Now, I know Keith Shirley told us that he just goes there and nobody supports any of that crazy stuff, but I don't think he even knows what's going on. I think he goes there like just for the drinks and to talk to people. And I think that's the case with most people. They have not read the charter. They don't, it's like going to an event put on by a church and they're not praying randomly. It's just like, damn, this is a lot of fun. It's like, yeah, this is great. This is the local Baptist church putting this on. You're like, really? Yeah, man. It's like, you're just having fun. And then next thing you know, you're like, damn, the Baptists are pretty cool, man. They get down. Hong was saying the same thing. Yeah. Proud Boys, just a social club. I want to bet a lot of guys went to Proud Boys meetings just to hang out too, right? It sounds funny, but so I'm getting kind of sick of this shit of people claiming that, oh, I'm just a member of the local chapter, and no, we don't believe in any of that. We don't believe in that stuff at all. I'm willing to bet they believe in all of it. They probably all have working groups dedicated to the tenets of democratic socialism, like getting rid of prisons. And, again, I don't really have a problem with some of their ideas. I think in a perfect world, sure, we would not have prisons. We would, I think the movie Minority Report takes place in 2054, right? What year does Minority Report? Yeah, 2054. So, maybe we'll have the precogs and we can prevent crime from happening. That'd be amazing. We won't need prisons. I mean, wow, I'd love to get to a place where we don't have to lock anybody up, but it's, it's a fantasy right now. But again, my whole point is, this is the second time I feel like AOC is bullshitting us, and I hate to point that out. I'm not here to drag AOC down. It doesn't make me like her any less. It just feels unnecessary, and it feels like a cop-out that you're going to get caught. As the reporters continue to ask these questions, they're going to continue to pry, and they're not going to accept this answer that, well, I'm not a member of the national, I'm a member of the local. Okay, so these guys aren't prepared for that, so they don't know how to ask the follow-up. What's the difference between the platform on a local level versus the national? Like, I don't know why they don't pry further, but they're going to very soon. They're going to start doing research and seeing that these local chapters support the exact same thing. So why are you bullshitting me with it? Someone call Tom Cruise. Exactly.
For when the national chapter, I know there was that strange moment in.
It's kind of like your local union chapter.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So, because I know there was that strange moment and
yeah, what does that mean? And anyways, why would you not want to be associated with the national chapter? That seems odd to me as well. What? No, I don't like the national. I only like my local group. Why? What's the difference? Could they at least tell us what's the difference there?
2024 when the national chapter, I know there was that strange moment in 2024 when the national chapter took away your endorsement.
Yes.
But I was looking through the DSA program, and this is the national program. I'm sure you've seen the document. It was adopted just a few months ago. But some of the positions here: defund the Department of Defense, close overseas military bases, abolish the police and prison system, grant amnesty to all immigrants in the U.S., replace the Supreme Court and executive judiciary with a chosen by lower to Congress, abolish the Senate, public ownership of corporations and essential industries. I mean, those are some positions that you're going to be hearing a lot about this fall from Republicans.
And I think we're also going to be hearing a lot about Donald Trump's commitment to getting us into a reckless war in Iran,
Yeah.
his collaboration with big companies to make sure that
Why, man? Why? It's infuriating. Take that shit on. Oh, I'm so glad you asked me that. Those policies are not in line with anybody at a DSA meeting. I don't know who came up with that stuff. I applaud them for their optimism and their, very far forward thinking, but we're nowhere near that stuff. So we're not focused on that. I never heard anyone bring any of that up at my local DSA meeting. Why? What is this? Well, listen, what I do know is people care about it. Abdul did the same thing, man.
It makes it seem like you are hiding your power level when you dodge this shit, Harris.
It does. It just, again, missed opportunity. And this is why it's going to continue to drag us down, because people are hiding from it for whatever reason. Take it on. Take it head on. Outrageous, man. And I get it. She's 100% right. It's bullshit. I agree. It's not even worth spending a minute on in a perfect world. But this is the world we live in. It's not perfect. And people are hyper-focused on this stuff. Why not just take it on? Tallarico did that, and he killed it. Nobody ever asks him about that shit ever again. Nobody asks him about him saying God is non-binary, because he demolished that talking point. And she could do that same thing right now. Why are you not a member of your national chapter? It's because they believe these stupid things. Why not just call it out? Say this stuff is kooky, man. And that's exactly why I'm not a member of the national chapter.
that everything from groceries to rent stay sky high. And I think that people are less interested in these academic debates, and they're more interested in how we're going to bring their bills down and make sure that they can afford to see a doctor.
But do you see, I mean, are those positions you support?
No, but I think that this is a free country. Everyone.
So now we got a huge problem. The national branch, the national brand of DSA has positions you do not support, but for some reason your local DSA is chill. What's the difference? Does your local DSA not believe in this stuff? I guarantee we go digging through New York City DSA. They support every single one of those positions. Why wouldn't they? What else would they stand for? What would the local DSA chapter stand for if not those things? That is democratic socialism.
Can have all sorts of beliefs and they can organize around them, and you're free to do what you like and, you know, have conversations with your neighbors. But my job as an elected official is to guarantee healthcare in America. And that's what I'm focused on, and that's what I seek to do.
So why are you a member of DSA if you don't believe in these huge policy positions? Not even one of them. She didn't believe in any of them. This is why if AOC doesn't even believe in democratic socialism for what it is, then this is why I say when 1/3 of Democrats answer a CNN poll saying they identify as a democratic socialist, they don't even know what it means. They don't even have a clue. They just think it means affordable health care and being able to buy a house before I turn 40. That's it. They do not believe in Marxism. They don't believe in socialism. They don't believe in any of it. That's why I'm not intimidated by it. It's just people getting behind some energized person who claims that we can do better. I'm not worried about socialism taking over.
And what do you say to the moderate Democrats who say, first of all, that you know, they are capitalists and that those positions are going to doom the Democratic Party? Because again, they're not positions that are supported.
Yeah, I mean, of course, they're free to have their economic identity as they like, and you know, in terms of dooming the party, the idea that there's a diversity of thought in America among everyday voting people is a fundamental fact of our country. I don't think that we should be worried about what somebody somewhere believes. I think we should be focused on what our plan to improve people's lives are.
Another person who's been made an issue is Hassan Piker, who obviously endorsed Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan. You've been on his...
Listen to this, okay? This interview has already been infuriating. Listen to what she says here, man. This shit pissed me off because I pre-watch all this. I tell you guys, I try to watch as much as I can so I can take it in a second time with you guys, and I miss a lot the first time if I'm watching it with chat because I'm reading stuff. Listen to this. Listen to this bullshit.
Live stream, at least a few times. He's somebody who said, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot.
What? He what? He apologized for that? News to me? Hello? Can somebody show me where Hassan apologized for that? That's news to me. Last time I saw, he hung a newspaper cover from September 12th or something behind him just weeks ago, laughing about it. Can somebody show me where he apologized? I've heard him say something like he shouldn't have said that, or he realizes it was bad. I have not seen any apology. Where is that? That is news to me, man. Framing the newspaper was his apology. That is crazy, man. What? I feel like we would all know about that if Hassan apologized for that. He hasn't ever apologized for anything in his life. What the fuck? I never heard him apologize for anything.
At least a few times. He's somebody who said, that America deserved 9/11. Now he backed off from that.
Yes, he's apologized.
But he said a lot of controversial things. Is he somebody that should have a role in the progressive movement going forward?
I think when we look at our elections that have happened, we have lost young people. Much hay was made about the fact that we lost young men in the last election. And many of the same consultants that are wringing their hands today were the same ones talking about how we need to go on Joe Rogan and we need to be not so, willing to engage in cancel culture. And I think that the flip-flopping on this is a tactical debate that they may be having. I think the fact of the matter is that Democrats can go on Joe Rogan, Democrats can go on Fox News, Democrats have a responsibility to build a winning coalition, and young people are engaging in mediums and conversations that we have a responsibility to attend to and be responsive to. And even right now, when we look at this insurgent wave of what is happening, oftentimes when people are doing that Monday morning quarterbacking and what demographics voted where, the big one that's being ignored is the generational tidal wave. Tsunami.
You see it in the polling. It is significant.
Millennials are not, punk kids anymore.
Yeah.
We're grown adults with mortgages and kids, and that generation is starting to be decisive at the polls, and there is anger at being ignored, sidelined, having our economic futures mortgaged by the generations that came before us on everything from the economy to climate.
O'Rourke voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
Cue Jon Favreau in a future interview asking Hassan, you put that 9/11 article on the wall so you would never forget, right? Right? Kelly.
Yeah, he puts it up there to remind him of how awful the day was so that he never makes jokes and says stupid shit about it again. Yeah. Thank you, Actual Facts. Yeah, so here's the thing. I'm perfectly fine with going on these shows, but you got to challenge these problematic people, at the very least on their problematic positions. If you want to go on Hassan's Piker show and say, hey, man, why do you hate America? And challenge him, fight him on that. Go ahead. You could be friendly with him. You could yuck it up about other things. Hey, did you see the Knicks? Did you see this? Now, I really want to ask you why you said this, and I got to push back on you, Hassan. That's fine. I have no problem with that. You should go everywhere and fight with people. But when you go there and you just play Among Us and you hang out, invite him to your rallies, and you just pal around with him, that's a whole nother ball game, dude. That ain't it, man. That ain't it. That ain't getting it done. So spare me with this. Well, we can't ignore those spaces. You don't have to ignore them, but you don't have to be their friend. You don't have to invite them to campaign with you. You don't have to do that to win over their audience. You can go into those spaces and challenge them on shitty views, man. And you should.
DSA has ruined democratic socialism. We need a new term for far-left progressives that still support the Democrat Party. Big D, Democrat Socialist?
I think you got to drop the whole socialism part. I agree. I never understood the appeal of it. Like, why do people want to embrace that term so badly? It provides nothing of value at all. It is toxic. And you could say it's unfair because the Republicans have spoiled it. Well, so what? That's it, man. It's like you can argue the name Osama is a wonderful name and it's beautiful and everyone should have it, or the name Adolf. You know, I really like the name Adolf. I think it's a fun name and I like it. It has a nice history. It's like, well, it's ruined, dude. I don't know what to tell you, man. It got ruined. You can't call your kid Adolf or you're going to be accused of being a Nazi. But I'm not a Nazi. I just like the name. Okay, well, then them's the breaks, bro. Socialism, spoiled socialism. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Shimo, thank you for resubbing on Twitch. Appreciate that. Yeah, we're gonna continue to lose this argument if we deflect and we just ignore this shit, man.
And we're taking the reins.
So we're almost out of time to get to your future. I'm sure you saw the poll in New Hampshire.
Terrible answer, man. I get it. Like, we shouldn't be ignoring people. And yes, there's a lot of people hanging out in these spaces that aren't being reached by mainstream news, and they are in their own silo, their own echo chamber, and Hassan definitely has one. But the point is to not go in there and be a buddy, to go in there and you could be nice, but challenge. Don't let Hassan spread hatred of America. Don't let Hassan sour people on our Democratic Party that you're a part of. Fight for it, God damn it. Get in there and stand for it and be proud to be an American. Be proud to be a Democrat and challenge him and tell him, I just want you to be as in love with this country as I am and as hopeful as I am. And it's not perfect. It's far from perfect, but we believe in it and we want you to believe in it too. And celebrating 9/11 is not a good look and not a great step in that direction.
That had you as the leading candidate, leading choice for Democrats. First, are you going to run for president?
I mean, I'm focused on winning the midterms. I'm running for Congress right now.
But I mean, do you see this as something? I know you said you're open to it. Is it a realistic possibility for you?
I haven't ruled out the possibility, and I'm very humbled to the tremendous amount of support out there. I think that we have a responsibility to remain focused on the midterms and not on our individual aspirations or plans.
And running for Senate against Chuck Schumer, is that also something that's possible?
I mean, I think that anything is possible at this juncture.
All right, and then before you go, you did have a personal announcement that you made. It was interesting to see you kind of open up in, on an Instagram Live, I believe it was. So tell me what it was and why you decided to do it.
I think it's important for us to normalize these conversations, especially in this political environment. The Trump
So I don't want to bash AOC here. To me, this is all just missed opportunity. I don't like the playing politician bullshit. I don't like the deflecting. I don't like lying about why you're not endorsing Hong. To me, that is not disqualifying. It doesn't change my opinion of AOC. I understand why she would do it, but it just feels unnecessary. And it feels like where we're losing. And until we get real and start being honest, we're going to continue to be running behind the Republicans. And as crazy as it is, man, like people want authenticity. They don't want bullshit. Disappointing to see her and Bernie engaging in that, even to a small degree.
Instagram Live, I believe it was. So tell me what it was and why you decided to do it.
I think it's important for us to normalize these conversations, especially in this political environment. The Trump administration has...
Remind us what the announcement was.
Yeah, sure. So I have decided to start the process of freezing my eggs.
Yeah.
And in this political environment where this administration is denying reproductive care to women across the country, from abortion rights to the ability to carry out a healthy pregnancy, I think it's important for us as leaders to have these conversations and share these processes, especially for working women across the country, and normalize them.
Okay, all right. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez, thank you very much for being.
Boy, I have to be careful with this. I understand the idea behind freezing your eggs, and I actually know somebody else who did that. It's expensive, from what I understand. It's like $10,000 and then costs money every year. But hey, man, there's no good time to have a baby. I say just go for it when you're younger, because you can handle the lack of sleep and juggling. But I guess she's decided she doesn't want to start a family yet, and that's fine. That's her right. I don't know if it gets any easier as time goes on. Like, I try to imagine at my age being woken up every 3 hours by some crying baby and everything that comes with dealing with a baby. Probably much easier at 35 than 45. You are never ready. Yeah, never a good time. But I think when you're younger, you can put up with a bunch of other shit. But it's up to her. That guy, thanks for the host on YouTube. Appreciate that. Okay. Well, I hate to be raging about AOC and all these people, but especially AOC and Bernie, but boy, some of these answers are pissing me off lately, man. And I want these people to succeed. Again, I really like AOC. I think she is able to connect with people in a unique way. She's able to even cross party lines. She used to be a big boogeyman for the right, and now there were a lot of people in her district who voted for Trump and her, and she even seems to have some Republican supporters out there, just kind of rank and file. You know, they kind of mamdani'd her, where they like, yeah, she's the real deal, she's authentic, so she's in a unique position. Wouldn't the issue be more with criminalizing abortion? I think I saw something about Blanche planning to do that after that in all 50 states. I have no idea. What happened to that free IVF that Trump was promising on the campaign trail too, right? That got abandoned. What's your theory on why Trump slaps his leg when he walks? I've never heard of him doing that. I'm loving it. I've been waiting years to hear people on the left take Bernie and AOC to town. Well, I just think we could be doing better right now. And it's weird to watch people kind of fumble the moment too. Who else was on here? Okay, Steve Esper and the round table. Okay, we'll do Meet the Press next with El Sayed. That should be interesting. I haven't watched this one, but I got to use the restroom and fill up my water cup, so BRB.
Steve in Charleston, South Carolina, on our line for Independence. Good morning, Steve.
Hey, good morning. Boy, I tell you what a great call from Rosemary. And, you know, I think her comments are reflective of what so many people in this country feel like. We are just so divided on so many different levels and so many issues. And, you know, I'm 78. I think it started with Vietnam and went downhill from there. But here's the thing that disturbs me about Tucker Carlson. Third parties, there are plenty of parties already out there. There are third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh parties. And just as I've called before, I called when Larry was on a while back, and I identified as an independent. But maybe I shouldn't, because I'm a Constitution Party guy. You see, but it's nothing on your menu for Constitution Party, and that's a problem. The two-party system is controlled by money and media, the two M's in this country. You got to have both on your side, or you're not going anywhere. Political action committees, all these special interest groups are contributing to their favorite candidates and keeping the country divided and keeping them in office. And we just got a big problem with that. We just have to have another way of doing business with regard to political candidates. I just don't know what the answer is other than Congress stepping in and saying, hey, we got to reduce the amount of money being poured into this thing. I told you before, I voted in 2012 for Virgil Goode, who was a Democrat in Congress, who then was a Republican. He was kind of like Trump. He said, hey, this is the swamp. I'm going independent. Well, he didn't. He went Constitution Party. And then Darrell Castle ran in was it 2016, I think? I voted for him. People have got to break away. People say you're wasting your vote. Not me, buddy. I'm not. I got to vote my conscience. But I tell you, the Democrats, bless their hearts, they've now been infiltrated by so many socialists. That's going to hurt them. Republicans seems like they're intent on dividing the country. I knew Henry Brown, a former congressman. He said, "Listen, we got a problem in Congress with like Democrats. When you come in as a freshman, if you don't immediately be part of that family, you are out. You are it's like the mafia. If you want something for your district, forget it. You have got to be party line on everything, and that's just such a shame that you can't. That we have to vote like that in Congress. And it's probably the same on the Republican side. It's just straight party line. It's all about divisiveness. This is a blame game here and there, and I don't even know what the answer is, but there are parties out there already.
We have a message from Mike in Marysville, California that we received via text to our question, does either party reflect your values? He says, I would have to say no. Both parties are equally responsible for running this country into the ground. The only reason I'm still registered Republican is so I can vote in the primaries. Next up is Charles.
Both sides.
We are Charlie.
How far back is Mark Kelly in this month's poll?
Mr. Wrinkle with the $20 for Mark Kelly. Mark Kelly getting some love. Look at this. He's not far back at all. He's in 4th place, right behind Pete Buttigieg. Pete or him could get up into that top 2. It's a heavyweight bout between Ossoff and AOC right now, but those two are quite close as well. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Zubars, what was that link you had? Let me see. Hold on. It was an explanation of what Hassan actually has said about his America Deserved 9/11 comments. August 23rd, 2019. I would argue this is probably too dated. I mean, he could have said plenty of things since then. He said his comments were inappropriate. I should have used more precise and better use of the language there, Piker said during a Thursday night interview with TYT founder and host Cenk Uygur. Oh, this is when he got lectured by Cenk. That was so funny. It's messed up that I would even give the opportunity to the right to try to morally grandstand on an issue like this when they're 100%
Mark to the
responsible.
moon, or Hogs out for Hunter. Not sure which is catchier.
I think that went to Mark Kelly with his name first. Thank you, Project. When they're 100% responsible for all the bloodshed that's been caused. Piker, when asked by Uygur if his comments were satirical, responded, yeah. He added, I know that I was inappropriate. That's it. So in 2019, he said it was inappropriate. But just weeks ago, he put, oh my God. He put up a 9/11 newspaper on his wall. What is this? I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America deserves 9/11, Piker said. Right, but it's still wrong, Uygur said. Maybe you can chalk it up to English being my second language or whatever you want to chalk it up to. Okay, fuck off. Nope. No, I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America. Nah, bro. Nah. Get the fuck out of here. English is second language, guys. Gotta be fair.
This Sunday, Blueprint.
In the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world.
What Michigan's primary reveals about the Democratic Party's direction and the path to winning in November.
The power of our many is greater than the power of their money.
Can a progressive win in a battleground state? I'll talk to Abdul El-Sayed, the winner of the Democratic Senate primary in Michigan. Plus, depleted? Are America's weapons stockpiles running low?
We have certain types of munitions that are very powerful, that we have virtual unlimited supply. We have others where it's a little bit tighter.
What it could mean for the war with Iran and U.S. military readiness. I'll talk to Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut and Republican Senator Jim Banks of Indiana. And stalled. The U.S. economy unexpectedly loses jobs. What does it signal about the economy and the midterm elections ahead? Joining me for insight and analysis are NBC News Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles, former Republican Congressman Carlos Curbelo, and former Democratic Congresswoman Val Demings. Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press.
From NBC News in Washington, the longest-running show in television history. This is Meet the Press with Kristen Welker.
Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press Dino Dance.
Welcome to Sunday. It's Meet the Press. Phantom, thanks for the resub on Twitch. Appreciate that, man.
Good Sunday morning. With just over 12 weeks to go until November's midterm elections, the fight for control of Congress is taking shape with
12 weeks, guys. I think it's 87 days. It might be less. Might be 86 now.
With pressure building in the key battleground states that will determine the balance of power in Washington. For Democrats, the path to retake the Senate majority is nearly impossible without holding on to Michigan.
Oh, come on. Nearly impossible? That's not the attitude I want. Give me a break. Let me show you guys how it's quite possible. Stranger, thank you for the resub on Kick. Appreciate that, bro. Let me add this to the pile here. Oh, we got Dave re-upping their membership on YouTube as well. Fake news. Can't even get the time of day right. It's night now. True. All right, so if we lose Michigan, which I think there is a chance, and I'm not saying this because I hate Hassan or El-Sayed or something. Actually, I really want El-Sayed to win, and I think he's got a great chance to do so. I think he improves his odds if he dumps Hassan and takes a few other steps. But, you know, it's up to him what he does, and it's up to him to build his coalition. Remember, he got less than 50% of the vote on Tuesday. More people voted for someone else than El-Sayed in the Democratic primary. So he's definitely got work to do. And Stevens and everyone else is doing their best to try to unite the party. But it's up to him to call the shots, what he wants them to do and what he says and what he does. I hope he moderates over the next 80 plus days in order to win over as many people as possible. But we'll just have to see what happens. And if Hassan actually gave a shit about the policy he claims to support and America moving in the direction he wants, and if he cares about the first Muslim ever becoming a U.S. senator, then he would offer himself as tribute and say, I'm ready to be thrown into the volcano. Hassan would go lie down behind the bus and ask Abdul to drive it over him. But of course, Hassan is a narcissist, and he would never in a million years sacrifice himself for a cause or anything. He wants the attention. That being said, I think El-Sayed is in a bit of a hole right now that he's got to dig out of. It's very possible. But the same polls that showed El-Sayed plus 15, plus 17 also showed Mike Rogers beating him by 1 point. So if the polls were that off on overestimating his support, then I think they're overestimating his support in the one-on-one matchup versus Mike Rogers as well. Why would you not? Why would you conclude otherwise? So the fact that they're saying he's 1 point behind Mike Rogers already makes me think he's probably a bit more behind him. I don't think he's 10, 12 points behind him, but he's probably a couple points behind Mike Rogers right now. And I think it only gets worse if he doesn't change something, because if El Sayed's race in Michigan becomes about whether or not he loves America, or him being a Muslim, or Hassan, or socialism, we lose that fight. If it's about a referendum on Trump and the economy and his actions during his time as president the last 2 years, then last year and a half, then we win. So it's up to El Sayed to change the narrative and make sure that we're talking about the right stuff, man. Only he can control that. And I'm rooting for him. I want him to win. I would way rather have a Democrat in that seat. Yappy, what up, buddy? Now, let's say we lose that race. Okay. John Ossoff is going to win. It looks like he's got that covered. So that is the other tough defense there. So now we got to win 5 seats to win the Senate. Let's say we flip Maine and North Carolina. Those are looking pretty good now with Troy Jackson in there instead of Graham Plattner. That's 2. Next, we have to go to states that Trump won by double digits, which would be Iowa, Ohio, Alaska, Texas, Florida, Nebraska, South Carolina. Well, there's plenty of options there. So what are 3 more states we could pick up? Ohio's probably the next best one. That's considered a toss-up by Cook Political Report. We got Big Sherrod Brown running. I think he's looking pretty good. Plus, Vivek Ramaswamy has spoiled the top of the ticket as his run for governor doesn't seem to be going well. He's getting booed off the stage in places. So that's 3. Then I think we might be able to get Iowa. We have a very popular candidate for governor, Rob Sand, and our candidate for the Senate is quite popular too. Turek, former Paralympian, 2-time gold medal Paralympian, and he just got a video cut by Obama. That race is looking pretty good. And then Alaska is considered a toss-up by Cook Political Report as well. So there's your 5 right there. Alaska, Iowa, Ohio, Maine, North Carolina. Now, if we have a really good night, maybe we win Texas. Tallarico's been surging. That's looking pretty good. Florida looks okay. South Carolina might be a pickup opportunity because there's a bit of chaos on the Republican side with Lindsey Graham's sister not being 100% supported, even though Trump endorsed her. We also have a pickup opportunity in Nebraska where Dan Osborne, an independent, is running against a Republican. And he'll probably caucus with the Democrats. He's like a union leader who's always talking shit on Republicans. So, there is definitely a path to winning the Senate even without Michigan. And I would love for anyone to argue against what I just said. I mean, I don't think these are impossible wins. I think Texas is less likely than Ohio and Alaska and Iowa.
This week, progressive candidate Abdul El-Sayed defeated Congresswoman Haley Stevens in the Democratic primary for Michigan's Senate seat. He will face off against former Republican Congressman Mike Rogers in November. Friday night, Michigan Democrats held a unity rally headlined by former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg.
Now, we have just 88 days.
I loved Pete Buttigieg headlining this. The crowd was cheering for him, and he's the boogeyman, right? He's a guy who beat Bernie in Iowa in 2020, and a lot of these people are Bernie supporters, and so him being embraced by this crowd was awesome, and it shows you that moderate Democrats, establishment Democrats, I hate that word, has such a negative connotation. I wish we could excise it from our lexicon. These establishment Democrats are able to resonate with the people and meet the moment. You don't just have to be an outsider. You don't have to be a nobody. You can be a well-known commodity and kick ass. Pete Buttigieg does a great job of that.
To make sure that things go right. The stakes are high, and people from around the country, people from around the world are watching the state of Michigan right now to see if we have the capability to put together that coalition to win. And we will win.
And Republicans are already making the Michigan race a test of the Democratic Party's direction. with President Trump seizing on al-Sayed's progressive politics and labeling him a communist.
We do better against the communists, according to every poll. The poll says we do better against the communists. So he won, and so I think I'm happy. I put out a statement. Congratulations to the Republican Party.
And joining me now is Michigan's Democratic Senate nominee, Abdul El-Sayed. Dr. El-Sayed, welcome to Meet the Press.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here, and congratulations. Let's talk about your victory this week. You narrowly defeated Congresswoman Haley Stevens, and when you actually add up all of the votes, the vote totals that went to Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, a majority of voters actually ended up voting for candidates who are more moderate than you. So how do you win over those voters who voted for someone else?
Buttigieg.
Honey Banani, thank you for the resub on Twitch. This is a fantastic opening question. The majority of voters on Tuesday voted for a more moderate candidate than you. How are you going to win them over, dude? I think he can, but he's got to make some moves. I've been saying this for a while. I think people are going to be pleasantly surprised by these progressive and DSA candidates shifting to the center as we get closer to November. I hope if they're smart, they'll do it.
Well, thank you, Chris. And I really were just grateful for everybody who participated in the overwhelming
Sly, thank you for the resub on Twitch.
Recognition of the vote tallies is that 500,000 more Democrats voted than did Republicans in that election. If that happens, we are going to win in a landslide. Now, I know that we had it out with a very tough primary. There were a lot of issues that were discussed and differences that were identified and fixated on. But I will tell you this, that all of us agree that our differences are far smaller than what we agree on. And what we agree on is that Donald Trump has been an existential threat to our democracy. He is costing us jobs. He is costing us more at almost every aspect of our lives, whether it's our gas, our groceries, or our health care. And that Mike Rogers is going to be nothing more than a rubber stamp on Donald Trump's disastrous economic and foreign policies. And so this is the opportunity for us to come together, to mend fences, to build together the coalition that is going to defeat Mike Rogers in November and defeat Trumpism over the next 2 years.
Well,
okay, I like the part taking down Mike Rogers and telling people that he's a threat and all that. Great, but why not just answer the question? What are you going to do to win over those people who voted for someone else? His answer, we have much more in common, and we're going to focus on mending fences. So he's brought this up before on the night of the primary when he was speaking to his supporters.
You know what? I'm optimistic. If endless screaming about IPAC only netted a 1-point lead, I'm confident endless commie smears from the right won't matter much either.
Maybe, but you know, how many of these people came out to vote to defeat the libs and don't give a shit about the general? I don't know. I really don't. How many of his supporters, how many people voted for Stevens and McMorrow will gladly go over and vote for him? I don't know. I imagine a large chunk, but is it enough with him not changing and not reaching out to those people? I don't know. I think he'd be stupid to not try to win some of those people over. And if he's just going to go out there and say, we have a lot more in common, that's basically saying there's nothing for me to do. Like, those people are going to come out and vote for me because I'm a Democrat. I don't know about that, man. I mean, you could leave it to chance if you want, but I would rather go out there and go on a listening tour, take my toolkit from the shed and go mending fences. When he says mend fences, I don't think he's talking about the people who didn't vote for him. I have to imagine he's talking about himself and his supporters going out there and mending fences. I don't think when you lose, you go offer to fix your neighbor's fence. Like, hey, man, I know you beat me, but I'm going to fix your fence now.
Let me ask you about some news that we are learning this morning. Local outlets reporting that you spoke to former President Barack Obama on the phone. I know you're not going to give me every detail of the call, but what was the crux of his message to you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Well, Kristen, you're right. I like to keep private conversations private, but it was a really warm and inspiring conversation. I got to be honest with you, I never saw myself ever able to run for public office. I literally told former President Bill Clinton that at my college graduation, in which I was the senior speaker and he was the main speaker. And I then watched the next year Barack Hussein Obama run for and win the presidency. I watched him serve with a level of class, a level of elegance that we could only pine for now. So I really enjoyed the conversation. I was grateful for his advice. It was very warm, very inviting. And I know that he knows the critical role that Michigan is going to play in holding Trump accountable, in winning back the Senate, and in building forward the future that we need.
Is he going to campaign with you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Look, I really hope so. And it was a really good conversation about what we need to do to be able to win. And obviously, this is somebody who knows a lot about winning Michigan.
And just to be clear, do you anticipate he'll show up on the campaign trail with you? Is that one of the broad topics you all discussed?
Look, we talked a lot about what it'll take to win. Obviously, his presence here in Michigan would mean so much to the coalition that helped elect him. So I hope that we get to campaign together.
I wonder what impact that will have. So something interesting happened where, let me see if I can bring it up. His supporters got kind of mad at him over him accepting the endorsement of Kamala Harris. I just want to show what he said. Where is he? Where is it? Here we go. He posted this on 2 days ago. And he said, Vice President Harris understands the key role control of the U.S. Senate plays in lowering prices for Michiganders and holding Trump accountable. To achieve a Senate majority in 26, we need to win Michigan, and that means beating Mike Rogers. Trump and his allies prey on our divisions. Why it's so important to bring communities together right now. Her support in this race is critical to building an unstoppable coalition. So his supporters got mad because she's a genocide enabler. She's a monster. Biden and her are just as responsible for the genocide as anyone. So I wonder what him embracing somebody like Barack Obama would do for his supporters and people getting upset about that. But this is part of the shifting to the center. So I like this. This is a step in the right direction. And he's done a couple of little things like this already, which I think is good. They'll give it a pass. Yeah, of course. It's okay to be a fan of Kamala when it's your guy doing it. But if anyone else is a fan of her, you're a genocide supporting monster.
One of the big issues you ran on, of course, was Medicare for All. So let's talk about that. You served as a public health official in Michigan. You even co-authored a book making the case for Medicare for All. Senator Bernie Sanders also campaigned on it as a presidential candidate back in 2016. 10 years later, this idea still does not have a majority support in Congress. If you were to win in November, Dr. El-Sayed, how do you make Medicare for All a reality when so far it has not had enough support?
Oh, here we go. Let's see. What in the world could he say? Somebody asked me earlier if I finished his book. I did. I read his whole book, Medicare for All. I think it came out in 2020. And he's got no plan to get it enacted. Basically, it comes down to just a groundswell of support eventually will happen. And he acknowledges all of the people that will fight it tooth and nail. Doctors, hospitals, private equity, pharma, health insurance. I mean, it is a Goliath. It is trillions and trillions of dollars at stake for all of these stakeholders. And you just aren't going to see an uprising like that anytime soon. That's why, as a supporter of Medicare for All, I support incremental moves towards it because it's the only way right now. I don't see how in the world we get there with just trying to go after Medicare for All. It's like, it's almost impossible, man. We're going to have to just incrementally expand the role of Medicare in society and show people the sky doesn't fall. And then hopefully enough people will be won over. Otherwise, you got to work with the people who are going to lose and all those people who are against it. You got to show the doctors they'll make more money. You got to show the farm industry that they'll make more money. You got to show the hospitals that they got nothing to worry about. Good luck, man. But here's the thing. Obama did it with the ACA. He got all those people on board. And that's how he was able to get it done. So let's hear, what's his plan to actually enact Medicare for all?
Well, Kristen, I've been up and down my state. And everywhere I go, people say the same things. It just shouldn't be this hard. And one of the big things that they bring up is the fact that they're worried about having to see a doctor if they get sick and what that'll mean for them. The median deductible, meaning the money that you pay to get the health care you already thought you paid for every single month, is about $4,500 for a family of four. That, considering the fact that the median income is about $80,000, means that you're going to lose more than a whole paycheck just to actually pay for the health care you thought you already paid for. Our system has only gotten less and less effective, less efficient over time.
The more he gets big endorsements from the big moderates, the lefties will hate him.
Maybe.
They may even abandon him. And then he will have no one but us. This is how we absorbed the insurgents. All part of the plan. W. Hakeem W. Schumer.
Maybe.
So we've watched health insurance corporations collude with big hospitals and the pharmaceutical industry to figure out how to pick more and more of our dollars out of our pocket to put into theirs. We don't have to live like this. We have an opportunity to guarantee cradle-to-grave health care from the moment that somebody is born to the moment that they expire, God willing, at 120 years of life after a long, healthy life in their sleep peacefully. And it would guarantee them the health care that they need independent of the circumstances, wherever they needed to go. That is the kind of security we've never had in this country, and it's the kind of security that the healthcare corporations have denied us. So we're watching more people support Medicare for all every day. We're watching more elected officials support Medicare for all every day. And in a lot of ways, this campaign was a referendum on whether or not we want health care here or bomb somewhere else. And I think the Michigan voter chose health care here.
Well, you know.
Oh, my. First of all, she didn't ask you why we should have Medicare for all. She asked you, how do we get Medicare for all? If you become a U.S. Senator, how do we get closer to that with you in the U.S. Senate? Just talking about it? Maybe. Maybe he's able to talk about it better than Bernie Sanders and able to convince more people. I don't think that's a great plan, though. I'm just going to talk to more people about it and raise awareness for it. Because they have no way to get it done, right? It's bullshit. And then at the end, he adds that stupid talking point that I'm so tired of. And to me, it's lying to your voters. People would rather have health care here than send bombs to other countries. It has nothing to do with one another, man. We could stop every single dollar of aid to foreign countries and you wouldn't see a single dollar invested into health care here in America. Two totally separate fights. Don't bullshit me with some nonsense promise that if we stop funding Israel, we can have Medicare for all. Bullshit, man. And now, if you want to make the moral argument so that people feel better and can sleep better at night because their tax dollars aren't going to a conflict that they don't agree with, fine. That's fine. But don't bullshit people and lie to them and tell them that if we stop sending money over there, we can have all these great things here. Because that's not going to happen, man.
Some Americans worry, though, you can only make Medicare free and universal if you increase taxes. So if you are elected and make this push, would you need to increase taxes?
As I've said across this campaign, I am for taxing billionaires their wealth.
What about people who make less than $1 billion and less than $1 million, though, Dr. El-Sayed? What about people making less than $1 million?
So for the average person, and you look at your W-2, if you're an employee who gets paid every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, after you pay your taxes, the next biggest check that comes off the top of your pay stub is to your health insurance company. So imagine instead of paying that to your health insurance company, whose CEO makes $20 million a year, instead you paid a little bit more in taxes for health care that you wouldn't lose if you lost your job or turned 26 or got married or got divorced. I think all of us would be a lot more interested in that kind of a system if we knew that our health care would be free at the point of care and would be free without having to worry about losing it in general. So there's an opportunity here, I think, to trade what we give to a big corporation who gets to decide who we get to see and who we don't for a little bit more paid into FICA. And I think that's a trade that's worth making. I think the broader public understands that that's a trade worth making, considering how many people are holding medical debt, a third of all Michigan households right now.
Just to be very
well, of course, we're going to have to raise taxes, but it'll be less than what you're paying now with your premiums and your copays and your out-of-pocket costs. That's the argument. And the other argument is that even if we just switched over to Medicare for all right now and paid the same amount, we would be able to have universal and more comprehensive care. So no matter how you slice it, it's a great move. Imagine if everybody had access and it was comprehensive, where you could get dental, eye, hearing, all that included for what you're paying now. That would be great. I would take that. But it goes beyond that, in that we would save a ton of money. But if you look up Bernie's plan, it has proposed finance options in there. I just Googled it to bring it up. It says a dedicated income-based employer contribution or payroll tax around 7.5%. I believe companies that have less than $1 million in revenue would pay less or nothing. Progressive household income-based premium, such as 4% household tax exempting lower income tiers. I think households below like $50,000 a year wouldn't have to pay anything. So it'd be progressive, not regressive, where everybody pays, but the people who make more have to pay more. So there are plans out there, and I think we shouldn't hide from this stuff. We should just put it out there. Bernie's plan is horrible. He's off by almost 50%. I've never heard that before. No one is even trying to actually lab out the cost. Oh, it is. You can read. You can just Google it and do research and see what like Bernie's plan proposes and decide for yourself. His book talks about the cost as well and how we would save money. I mean, it makes sense. First of all, Medicare, the Medicare prices for services are like 20 to 30% less than you and I as private people not on Medicare. They can negotiate. So imagine just expanding that. And you could also make it lucrative for doctors who are afraid they're going to get paid less, which is true, but we could have ways where we pay for their degree so they don't graduate with $500,000 in student loans or whatever. Maybe they graduate with $100,000 in student loans max. And so they don't have to be all specialists. They can be a general practitioner and make less money or whatever. But there are answers to every single concern out there. And in the end, we would all save money for sure. Plus, Medicare right now has private options. And we could implement something like that, where if people want to pay for something else, they can. I don't know. The projected costs. Independent groups like the Urban Institute estimate the federal cost of Medicare for all at $32. Yeah, and what is the cost of healthcare right now? Look, Google that. Go see what the cost that people are paying now for healthcare in America over 10 years and see. You tell me. If I recall, I remember the argument back in 2020 that it was like $3 trillion less for Medicare for all. Like, you can put those numbers out there, but you're not comparing it to anything. You're just like, it'll cost $34 trillion. Okay. And what are we spending now over 10 years? You know? And we don't have comprehensive care. We don't have universal care. So it's not comparing apples to oranges anyways.
Very clear you're describing this trade-off. You are effectively acknowledging that people making less than $1 million could see their taxes go up. I just want to be very clear. Is that a yes?
I'm saying that we'd be paying for healthcare in a different way. Instead of paying a health insurance company whose CEO makes $20 million, I would much rather pay for durable healthcare into a government, which, of course, we all know provides healthcare for seniors who need healthcare the most. So if I'm trading paying a CEO to make more money or paying government to guarantee me healthcare, I'm picking the latter every time.
All right, let's talk about another.
We are the only Western nation that doesn't have universal health care coverage like this. And we're the only country where you go declare bankruptcy over medical debt. It is a disgrace. Absolutely embarrassing. Now, forget the money. Think about the improvement to society that it would provide. Think about the mental health care access and what that would do for society. Think about a healthy populace in America, what opportunity there would be to start businesses and advance careers, and how many people just get eaten up by the system and don't stand a chance. I mean, there's so much to be gained from universal comprehensive health care, and it's sad that we don't have it. We're missing out on a ton, man. Our system is so broken. I pay $760 a month for my private health insurance, and I've got 20 more years of that. And it's by the time I get to 65, I'll be paying $3,000 a month for health insurance. It's insane. So something's got to give, man. And every other country seems to have figured out. Our neighbors to the north pay half of what we pay per year on average for healthcare costs. And you hear complaints once in a while, but you don't hear the millions and millions of success stories. I think we would trade with them any day of the week.
A big issue that dominated the campaign and will undoubtedly be a big topic of conversation in the general election, your criticism of Israel. President Trump had this to say after your win this week. I'm going to play it, get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart.
What's your reaction to that, Dr. El-Sayed?
I love and revere Judaism and the Jewish people.
Dude, you gotta do more than that, buddy. First of all, ditch Hassan Piker. That'd be easy. I think he's gonna really have to do some heavy lifting to placate the Jewish community. This is not even it right here. I love Jewish people.
Voted against the border wall. Oh, that's a good thing to him. He voted against Kate's law, and he voted for Obama.
The only thing I worry about universal health care in our country is having it under a Republican administration.
Fair.
If we had universal health care under this administration, it would get dodged.
It's a valid concern. If the Republicans are in control, they could limit what sort of care is given. They could eliminate transgender care. They could do all sorts of things with abortion. So it's a valid concern. Do we want the government in control of our health care with Republicans being as crazy as they are? I say the risk is worth it, especially if there are possibly and probably some private options as well. I just think, the benefits outweigh the negatives by a mile.
I believe they're a light unto the world. I grew up in a community that had a large Jewish population. I was so grateful to get to be invited to Seder and to Shul and to bar and bat mitzvahs. I'm really honored for what I learned and got to share with my Jewish sisters and brothers. But they are not the same as AIPAC in Israel. AIPAC is an organization that spent, $30 million to beat me so that they could have one more vote in the U.S. Senate to guarantee that our taxpayer dollars would be sent abroad to subsidize a foreign government's military to do the worst things: genocide, apartheid, take us into wars we have no business fighting. And I'm running for Senate here in Michigan. I believe that we have a responsibility here in Michigan. I want our tax dollars spent to provide good schools, to pay for health care, to rebuild our roads here in Michigan, rather than it being sent abroad to subsidize foreign militaries. That's not just Israel, by the way. That is also Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Jordan and Pakistan. So I believe in international law. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for all people. I believe in a process that allows a free Palestinian people and free Jewish Israeli people to come together around what they believe the ultimate peace should look like. And I believe that our tax dollars should be spent on the things that are needed here in Michigan rather than to subsidize foreign militaries abroad.
Let me follow up with you on that point. You've just reiterated that you would rule out unconditional foreign military aid to Israel. Just to be very clear, is there any scenario where you would approve more aid to Israel, more military aid in any form?
Well, if we were in a scenario where there were equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for the Palestinian people and Jewish Israeli people, and they had come together to achieve that ultimate peace, and there were circumstances in which that was guaranteed, there would be a very, very different circumstance. But for right now, we are in a situation where we are continuously subsidizing the military of a state that has behaved in ways that can only be described as rogue. You think about the genocide in Gaza. You think about the continued attempt to annex southern Lebanon. These are things that we cannot subsidize, considering the fact that we have kids who need better schools and better roads and bridges and better health care here in America.
You're saying you would not support sending aid to Israel, which was attacked by Hamas, but you have also said that you would support sending military aid to Ukraine, which was, of course, attacked and invaded by Russia. Where do you draw the line there?
Well, in Ukraine, you're talking about attacks from a leader of a neighboring sovereign country who clearly violated international law in attempting to breach the sovereignty of the Ukrainian public. That is conditional on that circumstance. We have been offering unconditional foreign military aid to Israel, independent of the circumstances, for years and years and years. And might I say, it's not just Israel, it's also Egypt, it's also Jordan, it's also Saudi Arabia. That's the difference. It's about the conditions. So when we're talking about taking on Putin and his violation of international law, I do believe we have a responsibility to uphold international law and therefore to support Ukraine in its efforts.
You have said, and I want to talk about your political identity now.
Well, I've said this before. I think if we don't fund defensive weapons for Israel, they aren't just going to change their behavior and allow themselves to be attacked. They are going to go on the offensive. And people would say, well, they can't do much worse. And believe me, they can. They can do a lot worse. And they'll get their weapons from somewhere. And I don't see our relationship with Israel breaking up anytime soon. It's like a weapons warehouse for us and a foothold in the Middle East. Maybe our relationship with them has soured so much that the American people will demand the U.S. decouple from them, but I really don't see that happening. But I also don't really see anything to vote on for this guy. It's kind of my concern is people like this will get to the Senate claiming they're going to do some big, bad, bold move on Israel funding, and that'll lead to some improvement of life here in America. I don't think there's going to be anything to vote on. By the time he gets there, if he wins in January of next year, I don't really see Congress voting on much. I mean, the days of supplemental packages going to Israel are probably long cooked, and any sort of aid or assistance is most likely not happening anytime soon. I mean, Israel themselves are asking for, saying, don't send us anything. So not really sure what he's going to do on this issue. And I don't like the false promise that we can improve life here if we stop sending money to Israel. The two have nothing to do with each other. You're not going to see a single one of those dollars that would go to Israel going to a broke school in Michigan. I always want someone to ask them, would you say Russia is committing a genocide? They wouldn't ever go near that.
You have said you're not a democratic socialist. You were backed by Senator Bernie Sanders, who, of course, proudly says he is a democratic socialist.
So this would be a wonderful opportunity for him to answer why he's not a democratic socialist. Think about how powerful that would be if he said with his chest right now why he is not a democratic socialist. There must be some reason. I hope she asked him. I have no idea. I haven't watched this yet, but I wish these guys would come out and talk about it because he's made a conscious decision to not be a member of DSA or associated with them. Why is that?
You've even attended events hosted by the Democratic Socialists of America. Where do you differ from Senator Sanders? Is there one policy issue where you can point out a difference?
Capitalism. You know, I'm a scientist and I believe in good, thoughtful, evidence-based solutions to problems. You know, when it comes to the question of capitalism, allocating capital based on supply and demand, at the level at which it's supposed to work, where you have free entry and exit into markets, you know, I support that idea. I understand right now, though, that we don't live under capitalism. We live under corporatism. You have huge corporations that have used their power, in effect, to try and buy politicians so that those politicians will turn around and help them use government to protect their position in markets. That is anti-capitalist. And look, you can go back to Adam Smith, the guy who coined the idea of capitalism, and he understood that the biggest risk to capitalism was not government regulation. It was always monopoly and oligopoly. If you think about the circumstances that we live under right now, the power of the biggest players in almost every market, both to squeeze labor to pay us less and to raise prices so that we have to pay more, that has been anti-capitalist on its own terms. And so it's not that you have to be a socialist to believe that the government has a role in protecting a market or guaranteeing us health care or fixing our roads and bridges or providing us good schools. It's that you have to understand what capitalism is and how it works.
I want to give you an opportunity to respond.
Okay, I think the more Democrats say they support capitalism, good. That's good. Let's not let the Republicans dictate what our position is, right? These are the same people saying we hate America. I think every Democratic candidate should say, I love this country. I'm a proud patriot every single time a camera gets in front of them. this would help dispel the notion that Democrats hate America and are socialists. So every single one of these further left candidates and Democrats in general should be saying, I'm a capitalist. I love capitalism, but this current version ain't working. We got to do something here.
Respond to some of the other attacks against you. This is an ad by the Republican Party. Take a look.
Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed, the most radical Senate candidate in America.
Pretty dangerous.
El Sayed pledged support for the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, a designated foreign terrorist group.
Radical, dangerous. How do you respond?
We always knew they were going to go here. I mean, notice how they chose to use my full name in echoes to exactly what they did against President Obama. At the end of the day, it's not radical to believe that people should be able to afford their groceries. It's not radical to believe that you should have health care in this country. It's not radical to believe that you don't think the president should be able to deny elections or make $2.2 billion off of his role in office. It's not radical to believe that all of us should be able to breathe clean air and drink clean water. Those are the things that I've been fighting for. I believe in an America where all of us can come together to build together, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now, they're going to try and paint me as a certain thing, given my name, but I also think it's important for us to recognize that America has a long history of embracing. America is a lot bigger than very small people like Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or Mike Rogers want to make it out to be. And so I'm grateful for all that America has given me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity now to put myself out there and ask my fellow Michiganders for their stake in our democracy to be able to build an America that's more just, that's more equitable, that's more sustainable, that's more empowering, that's more American than the vision that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Rogers have for it.
You know, you face scrutiny for campaigning with socialist streamer Hassan Piker, who has made a series of inflammatory comments, as you well know, including saying America deserved 9/11, describing Hamas as a lesser evil than Israel. Do you plan to continue to campaign with Hassan Piker in the general election campaign?
Oh, perfect question. Here we go. Come on, Abdul. Do it. Throw this guy under the bus, man. Do you want to have to answer this question every day for the rest of the campaign? I mean, just get rid of him, man. What are you doing? What value does he bring to this campaign? Drop him.
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to. We got a lot of work to do to continue to build the coalition that's going to beat Mike Rogers.
Would you welcome him, though, on the campaign trail with
like
you?
I said, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to. So I think
Nope. Not going to do it. Again, I think he can win even with this, but it just seems unnecessary, and he's handicapping his campaign. What value is there in associating with this clown? He's going to be featured in every single ad. Imagine if he came out and he said, Hassan Piker is wrong. America did not deserve 9/11. Nobody deserved that. And I hope Hassan can find it in his heart to love this country as much as I do one day. And I'm going to keep talking to him to try to get him to do that. But he will not be on my campaign trail because he doesn't represent my campaign. In fact, I don't think he represents America. But he's not going to do that, at least not right now. I hope he does. Hassan should be begging him to attack him and throw him under the bus. I just think he's going to get annoyed, El Sayed, at having to respond to Hassan. And by the way, they're asking him about new quotes now as well. We saw last week an interview where a clip of Hassan from his election night was played to him, and he asked to respond to that. So this is not just having to respond to 5-6-year-old quotes from Hassan, but now you're going to have to address new things that he said. Never apologize. You only get penalized for it. Well, Hassan is going to be featured in every ad. And like I said, they're just going to start saying that Abdul El Sayed hates America and said America deserved 9/11. They're just going to skip the whole Hassan part and say that he supports that statement and he said it. And no one will be there to correct him.
We have this notion sometimes on shows like this that we cannot or should not talk to certain groups of people. And I'll tell you that the 3 million people who listen to Hassan are people I want to make sure understand that there's a pathway into our politics around getting money out of politics so we can keep money back in pockets and pass Medicare for all. And so I'm
the 3 million people who follow Hassan. Fuck off. Oh my God. First of all, who are those people? Right? Like, he's acting like it's 3 million hardworking blue collar Americans who just tune into Hassan's stream every day after working at the plant. What is it, because of his followers on Twitch? Is that where he's getting the number from? Those could be people from all over the world. I'm willing to bet like half of them are people from around the world. Well, maybe not half. I would bet 10-15% of the audience right off the bat is from all over the world. And then there's probably a bunch of people who are too young to vote, and a lot of people don't give a shit about voting, and a lot of just randos tuning in. Who knows? But he's acting like it's 3 million regular Joes who are out there ready to cast their ballot. If the election was about Trump, he would win, but he's letting the reps make the election about commies. Yeah, that's the thing. If he just shut down the Hassan talking points by throwing him under the bus, that would be it. There would be no questions about Hassan Piker ever again, just like James Tallarico destroyed all of their talking points right in the first interview he did after he got the nomination. He took them all on. But he's going to have to continue to answer for Hassan's bullshit for the next 87 days. And if this race comes down, if this election is about his association with Hassan and socialism and all that crap, he loses. He loses. It has to be a referendum on Trump.
I'm going to continue to have the conversations with those folks who we desperately need to reach out to, just like I'm going to continue to have conversations with seniors in senior homes, folks up north, folks in Detroit, folks in Grand Rapids. So again, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to.
There's no value in keeping the drama around. Even moderates are strategically dropping Biden as needed. Abdul can do the same.
Yeah, I have not heard a good argument for why he should keep him.
Rather than who I might campaign with.
When asked about Hassan Piker's comments on 9/11, Senator Bernie...
Look at this. He's going to have to answer. Look at it. It's eaten up 5 minutes of his interview now when he could have made this about Mike Rogers and Trump. And here he is answering for Hassan Piker's stupid quotes.
Sanders called it a dumb statement. Do you agree? Do you disavow those comments that America deserved 9/11?
Of course. Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hassan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America did.
He is not disavowed it. Are you kidding me? He doesn't disavow it. He still believes it. He blamed English as a second language. This shit pisses me off. Now, do I think anyone else is going to know that it's a lie? No. AOC did the same thing. AOC said Hassan apologized. Never apologized for it. Well, it doesn't matter, though. He's going to have to keep answering for Hassan until he throws him under the bus. And yeah, Hassan hung a framed newspaper of September 11th on his wall just weeks ago. He thinks it's funny. He thinks it's all a joke.
Serve 9/11.
Of course. Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hassan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11. But, you know, to sit here and play gotcha politics with a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves to say.
A dumb thing somebody said out of context. Out of context? What would there be? What context would make that statement valid? What the fuck? Dude, it just pisses me off as an American to hear a fellow American say something like that. Like, put the politics aside. As somebody who lived in New York City on September 11th and saw all the missing posters and the horror that went with that, I mean, everybody watched it on TV. What fucking context would make that statement appropriate in any way, man? Holy shit. Pull it together, Abdul. What are you doing, man?
Oh, well, what does that mean about what you a dumb thing? But, you know, to sit here and play gotcha politics with a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves to say, oh, well, what does that mean about what you think? I want to be held accountable for what I say and what I do, rather than this idea that we're so stuck in cancel culture that all of us agreed was a bad idea back in 2020, but we seem to want to bring back.
We are out of time.
Well, you're going to have to keep answering for it until you change your attitude, bro. Yeah, I don't know. This guy, it's troubling, man. It is troubling. I still think this is his race to lose. People are going to come out for the economy for the most part. But boy, man, this guy just refuses to budge. Very frustrating. And I'll bring up my point again that the polls overestimated his support. They showed that he was up like 15, 17 points. Those same polls had him behind Mike Rogers by 1. So I think those same polls are overestimating his support in his one-on-one matchup, meaning he's further behind Mike Rogers than 1 point. So this ain't it, man. I don't think 9/11 is going to decide this race, but you've got you got a guy trying to become the first Muslim senator in U.S. history, and you're having to answer for some idiot saying America deserved 9/11, and your answers are clumsy at best and saying it was out of context and he disavows it. None of that is true or an acceptable answer. But good luck.
But I have to ask you before I let you go, if you win, you will be the very first Muslim to serve in the Senate. What would that mean to you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Honestly, I haven't really thought that much about it, but it's more about what it means to America. You know, this is a place that some people want to define as a lot smaller than it is. I've been Abdul in Michigan my whole life, and I know that people are big-hearted and open-minded. That's the America I've always seen. And once again, Michiganders get to prove just how big-hearted and open-minded we really are against the small vision that people like Donald Trump want to perpetrate on us. So it really is about proving out the America that America has always been, this place that embraces people beyond differences in faith or ethnicity to come together around the ideals that bind us here.
Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, thank you so very much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Kristen.
Well, you know, I feel the day after the primary, I felt a sense of relief in that we don't have to carry this guy over the finish line. The responsibility is with those that voted for him, and him, more importantly, to win over those that are skeptical. The majority of Democratic voters voted for someone other than him on Tuesday's primary. That's up to him, man. That's up to them. We thought Haley Stevens would be a better, easier win, and the voters in Michigan decided otherwise. So it's out of our hands. You know, I don't feel like there's some responsibility. Obviously, I would do whatever I could to help him get elected, and I hope he does. But I don't know. The more they make this race about his religion and socialism and 9/11, the worse it gets for him. If he thinks the $60 million in ads from outside groups attacking him in the primary was tough, wait till he sees the $300 million that's about to flood the airwaves, terrifying the shit out of people. It's going to be a nightmare, man. And he barely won. He got less than 1%. I mean, that is not a strong finish. That shows you've got a lot of work to do, man. Time to get serious and knock it off with this sort of gotcha politics is why I'm being asked about this. Take this shit head on, man. Come up with better answers. I'm not a fan of the deflecting. Whatever.
When we come back, Republican Senator Jim Banks of Indiana joins me next.
Who cares about Jim Banks? Let's look at Chris Murphy and see what he says about these Democratic socialists. I did like his answer about capitalism and what separates him from Bernie. Lean into that. Get up there and completely neuter that attack. That's an easy one, man. Like I said, every Democrat should go up there anytime the camera's in front of them and say, I'm a proud patriot. I love this country. I'm a capitalist. I believe in the system. It needs a little work, but we're not changing anything, man. This is a capitalist country and we're staying that way. I mean, why not? Out of context, but also out of context is not a good answer to America deserved 9/11. There is no context in which that phrase, those words coming together is appropriate. None. Zero. I can't think of one situation where it makes sense that America deserved 9/11 is an appropriate thing to come out of your mouth in any way at all. That is an idiotic response.
Welcome back. And joining me now is Democratic Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut. Senator Murphy, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Yeah, great to be with you.
It's great to have you. Let's talk about what happened in Michigan.
Saying that America was cruising for a bruise. Yeah, but that's different than we deserved it. If you can say America was acting recklessly with our foreign policy and eventually somebody was going to score a hit with an attack on America, sure, you can make that statement. That nobody's going to give you a hard time. Like, all right, yeah. I mean, it was a matter of time until somebody pulled something off, right? We prevented a lot of them, but you can't prevent them all. If that was your statement, no problem. But that's not what he said. He said we deserved it, as if something we had done, we deserved 3,000 of our fellow Americans to be murdered in a horrific way. No, there's no world in which that's an acceptable outcome.
Actually endorsed in the Michigan primary, Mallory McMorrow.
Yeah, Chris Murphy was interesting. He a high-profile senator endorsed Mallory McMorrow. I looked into it, and him and her are friends. I don't know to what degree, but that was definitely an interesting endorsement.
Who actually endorsed in the Michigan primary, Mallory McMorrow. She ended up dropping out about a month ago, and you waited until after Abdul El-Sayed won to send out a tweet saying you endorse him. Did you misread where the Democratic electorate is?
Oh, I endorse Mallory because she's a longtime friend. She and I have worked together very closely on anti-gun violence measures. But I'm really excited for Abdul's win. He is a candidate that is running on some simple ideas. Corporations have too much power. Workers have too little. Our politics are rigged. That's why prices are so high. Donald Trump's corruption should be unacceptable, and the Senate should be a place that ends it. So I think you'll see a lot of my colleagues in Michigan. I'll be there supporting him because he's presenting a strong contrast with a candidate who is pro-corporate, who is pro-Trump, who is pro-war. I think he's going to do incredibly well in that campaign.
You heard him express confidence about Medicare for all. Do you think that could pass the Senate if Democrats do, in fact, win control?
Yeah, I don't know. But I think what I do know is that people are sick and tired of the status quo on health care. They are sick and tired of pharmaceutical companies and insurance companies having all the power. And they have that power because our politics is rigged. I have supported a Medicare for all idea in which everyone would get to choose Medicare if they wanted. But I think both of us believe that
I didn't say Americans deserved 9/11. I said America deserves 9/11. Skull emoji. Hello. We the people. What is the difference?
Yeah, you're right. I didn't know that. I appreciate Zlubar sending me that article. Hassan's bullshit response. I didn't say Americans deserve 9/11. I said America deserves 9/11. And then he blamed English as his second language. No shot, dude. This is from 2019, as if Hassan is a recent migrant. Like, what? Get out of here, man. So full of shit. Did you hear Chris Murphy there, though, a moment ago? He said our politics are rigged. Why can't establishment Democrats who are already in the system for years, like Chris Murphy, get away with that? This shows you how to kind of ride the anti-establishment wave. Just make it about everyone else but you, like, oh man, politics is rigged. I'm not a big fan of that language, but it just shows you how an established Democrat can play the game.
Current system is rigged to benefit the big healthcare insurance companies.
Hassan is the GOAT. Yeah. Senator Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire. I agree. She's pretty awesome.
And that everyone in this country should have access to the Medicare plan, every business, every individual. And if they did, I think people would find that's better and cheaper healthcare. And the only reason that they don't have that access is because our politics are bought off by those insurance and drug companies.
Let me ask you about the race moving forward, because as you know, Dr. El-Sayed narrowly beat Haley Stevens, and now he's facing off against former Congressman Mike Rogers, who is making a clear play to try to win over some of those voters, some of those Democrats, independent voters who did not vote for Dr. El-Sayed. Take a look at this ad.
This plea to disaffected Democrats is absolutely pathetic. Look at these two clowns. Watch.
If you're among the
he put his wife next to him. Let me speak to you, Democrats, unhappy with the results. I love it. Just the audacity.
Independent voters who did not vote for Dr. El-Sayed. Take a look at this ad.
If you're among the majority of Democratic voters that woke up on Wednesday feeling, well, hopeless, because the person who won does not represent your values, well, just know there is still hope. Michigan deserves a senator who is ready to sit with you, hear from you, and represent you.
What do you say to Democrats who might believe that Dr. El-Sayed does not represent their values?
Well, Mike Rogers is going to represent only one person in the United States Senate, Donald Trump. The entire Republican Party has become a cult of personality in which they have no ability to think independently. They do only what Donald Trump asks them to do and tells them to do. What I also know, because I served with Mike Rogers, is that he is one of the hawkish, most pro-war, was one of the most hawkish pro-war members of the House of Representatives. He is going to be a rubber stamp for this president's war in Iran that has gas prices in Michigan right now hovering around $4.20 a gallon, that has no end in sight, that is bankrupting the American Treasury. I do think this election is going to be a referendum on this war that Donald Trump is losing. And Mike Rogers is well known as one of the biggest proponents of the American military being engaged in foreign conflicts in the United States Senate.
I want to ask you about one of the issues that is dividing Democrats. We saw this certainly in 2024. It's the issue of Israel. Do you think Democrats need to have a more unified message in order to be able to win purple states like Michigan?
Well, listen, here's my view. I want there to be a strong U.S.-Israel relationship. I support Israel. I cannot support this government's actions. They are not aligned with U.S. national security objectives. And so,
look at that. Chris Murphy, one of the more progressive, further left senators, believe it or not, and saying that we want to have a relationship with Israel, which I think is where most people are at, honestly. Like, I don't think people are ready to abandon Israel. I think they recognize that this government is out of control and their actions since October 7th have been tough for everybody to explain and to accept. But the idea that we're just going to abandon them is probably far-fetched.
So I think that until we have a different government and a different policy in Israel, it's going to be hard for people like me that want a Palestinian state side by side with a Jewish state in the region to support continuing to send arms to Israel.
And we may see that change. They're going to have elections at the end of October at the latest. And from what it sounds like, people are pretty fed up with Netanyahu because after 3 years, they're still seeing rockets. They're still don't feel safe and they're still at war. So I hope that someone else wins and they can finally take care of this criminal who is an authoritarian. But it's like saying we should abandon America and destroy America because Trump won twice. I don't think most people would be ready to give up on America as it is because someone like Trump was able to win and do all these bad things. Same thing with Israel. They have an authoritarian government that is causing a lot of problems, but it is a nation of 10 million people, and I have a feeling that they're about to make some big changes there, and I hope they do.
Your question is, should the Democrats have one position? Well, no, we have disagreements inside the Democratic Party. There were disagreements in Michigan, and that's the sign of a healthy party. What's the alternative? Well, the alternative is the Republican Party, in which they are not allowed to have disagreements. The only thing they can think is what Donald Trump thinks. That's That's not a healthy party. I want to be a part of a party that occasionally actually has disagreements inside it.
But does it concern you that Dr. Al-Sayed, for example, describes Israel as committing a genocide?
We don't let one random person have a mental health care meltdown in my chat, so you're out of here, dummy. This isn't the place for you to be the one guy in the audience screaming at the streamer. We don't allow that. It's not allowed in leftist channels anyway, so why would it be allowed here? You're not the main character, bro. You're here to watch and be entertained by me. And if you can't help yourself and just chat away and argue with every single thing I'm saying, then you're going to get deleted, because that's not what we're here for. It's supposed to be fun, by the way, guys. Let me remind everybody. This is supposed to be fun, guys. It's entertainment. Nobody's forced to be here. You're not getting credit for this. This isn't part of your program that you have to fulfill. This is supposed to be fun. And if your fun is arguing with somebody at every single thing they say, you need mental health care.
Math problem. America is a businesswoman. She sells widgets for $25. If the cost of production is $15.89, how much profit does America deserve?
What? I'll leave that up to the chat. See if people want to play your game. We're here to have fun. Exactly. If you find yourself upset and arguing with every single thing I'm saying, then you're not here for the right reasons. And I'll just delete you because you can't seem to figure it out for yourself. But, you know, if you want to have a conversation and bring up some points and such, then many of you guys are capable of doing that. And you have the emotional intelligence to do so. So there's tons of people here who from all over the political spectrum. But it's just annoying if there's somebody in the chat arguing every single point I make. It's like, go away, dude.
Genocide and apartheid.
Well, I think what you heard him say is that he will support funding to Israel so long as Israel is on a path to live side by side with a Palestinian state. And I think that is a view that is shared by a wide cross-section of Americans.
I want to ask you about Iran. You have been clear that you want the war to end. Is there any deal that could be negotiated that you would support, that you would get behind in order to say this is good enough now to end the war, declare victory, move on?
So Donald Trump has lost this war. America.
Yeah, I think it's GG, man. The latest demands by Iran are just ridiculous. They want reparations. They want us out of the region. And I said that they're going to get everything they want. Guaranteed. They're going to get everything. They're going to get their assets unfrozen. They're going to be able to charge people to go through the strait. They're going to keep their nuclear program. They're going to keep their ballistic missile shield, everything. They're going to keep it all. Every single thing. Trump screwed this up so badly. It's wild.
America is weaker. Iran is stronger. The price to reopen the strait increases by the day. Yep. The supposed deal that's on the table right now would pay Iran $100 million, billion a year.
$100 billion a year. And we had to listen to these assholes talk about $1.7 billion from Obama for a decade. $1.7 billion for a decade. And here we have $100 billion a year and not a goddamn peep from these ghouls.
In order to reopen the strait, that is 1/3 of Iran's entire economy. What a victory for Iran that at the end of this war, they get paid to reopen the strait. They get paid to rebuild their military. They get paid to rebuild their support for proxies in the region. The answer to your question is yes, I will support a deal to end this war and to reopen the strait. I am prepared to support a bad deal to end this war and reopen the strait, because the only deal that is available at this point in time is a terrible bad deal. But the war needs to end, because every day that the war continues, America gets weaker, Iran gets stronger, and people here in the United States get screwed as prices go up and up and up.
Let me ask you, because Secretary Hegseth, the Pentagon requesting an additional $67 billion in defense funding, in part to replenish stockpiles that have been depleted. Now, as a member of the Appropriations Committee, you have said that you're not going to support additional funding. But let's say that Democrats do win back the Senate, the majority in January. How do you plan to replenish those stockpiles?
Well, the priority right now is ending this war. 7 in 10 Americans want this war to end. Families are being bankrupted as we speak by this war. As kids are going back to school, families are realizing that filling up lunchboxes this year is going to cost them $4,000 more than it did last year. That is mostly because of this war. So no, I'm not going to support funding to keep this war going. But if the war comes to an end, if the president ends this war, then yes, of course, I and my colleagues will be ready to provide the funding to replenish the stores of munitions that have been spent. But it is important to understand how much money that's going to cost. We have used up almost all of our interceptors, the majority of our Tomahawks. We have put the United States in a dangerous position. We have allowed Russia and China to imagine things that they couldn't have imagined earlier because of our inability to defend ourselves and our allies. So the priority is ending this war. And no, I'm not going to support additional funding. And I don't think my Democratic colleagues are going to support additional funding to fund a continuation of a war that is destroying American credibility and destroying American families.
All right. Senator Chris Murphy, thank you so very much for being here. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
It's just a matter of when Trump wants to give up, man. That's it. There's no military solution. There's no boots on the ground. That wouldn't even do anything. There's no demanding anything. We can't even begin to talk about the nuclear program. We are just dealing with opening the Strait of Hormuz. They have outplayed Trump. It's sad. It hurts us because people aren't going to be as scared of America, and they're not going to listen to us because Trump showed that we are weak. Very frustrating, man. All right, let's go over to Fox News and see what happened over there. Will I do TTS? I already have TTS. Dem says voters are sick of the status quo.
Democratic Socialists gaining traction and knocking out establishment candidates in primaries nationwide. Is this the future of the party? Here to weigh in on set is Massachusetts Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss. Congressman, thank you for being here. I do have this copy of the Fauci pardon from our last segment. Do you want to take this home? You can, just if you need it. It only took about 4 years.
Good one, bro.
For the entire Republican Party to get taken over, reshaped by MAGA. How long do you think it's going to take the entire Democratic Party to get taken over by these Democratic Socialists who are winning everything?
MAGA's winning everything? He must have a different definition of everything. They've won a handful of races, and not even ones that will decide anything. Right? Deep blue races that do not determine control of the House of Representatives. El Sayed is not DSA. He proudly stated as such in the interview we just watched. Not really sure what Pete's talking about here.
The taking of the Republican Party has resulted in Donald Trump's approval rating at what, 30%, 32%? So 1/3 of America likes Donald Trump, 2/3 of America is sick of him, despises him, wants to move on. Within that
Wait, Pete's the father, right?
Chat, you gotta give me this one. Graham Stephan?
Kinda.
2/3 of America, the Democratic Party is having a big debate. What should the future look like? Of course, there's a wide degree of opinions about that future. And in 1% of all primaries held to date this election cycle, DSA-aligned candidates have won them.
Thank you. 1%. I would have flashed this in Ducey's face. What part of 1% do you see as winning all the races, sir?
In the other 99%, they have not. And the future of the Democratic Party is going to be focused on freedom, on free minds, on free enterprise, on free elections, and on freedom from fear.
Would you agree, though, that at this moment, the debate, it's not about Donald Trump. It's about traditional Democratic candidates versus people who identify as Democratic Socialist. They are a lot further to the left than most people are used to.
Absolutely, Democrats are having a debate. We're going to have a debate going into 2028, as we should as a party. It's an open field, and this is democracy in action. What is not democracy in action is the cult of personality that MAGA has become, where one president can cow 53 senators. We were just listening to Senator Rick Scott just parroting talking points from the dear leader, and you see that across Congress, which the founders envisioned as a separate and co-equal branch of government. It's not. It's acting like a rubber stamp. Democrats will not be a rubber stamp on Donald Trump, and we will have fulsome debate internally about what the future should look like.
But wouldn't you agree this is not about Donald Trump? This is about candidates who come in and they say, Medicare for all or nothing. Some candidates who say that they want to get rid of, or have said historically, they want to get rid of Thanksgiving. That has nothing to do with Donald Trump. That has to do with people who are much more progressive than usual, who are winning elections. For what reason? It's not about Donald Trump.
It's because voters are sick of the status quo. And that eruption of anger, that rejection of how business has been done, is going to manifest differently in different districts. In a deep blue district, like in New York City, yeah, you're going to get some far-left candidates. In places like South Carolina, where Nancy LaCour, a former vice admiral, is running to take on Pete Hegseth, when she gets elected to Congress, it's going to look very different. In Montana, we get a fire jumper, Sam Forstag, who's running to make that seat competitive. It's going to look very different.
If Democrats flip the House, and there is still a lot of energy around these Democratic socialists, should the Speaker be a Democratic socialist?
No, the Speaker is going to be Hakeem Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries for Speaker, but he's not the one that's got everybody excited. It's these Democratic socialists.
You say everyone excited. I want to ground...
You would think Douchey, of all people, should know a vocal minority when he sees one.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad to see Democrats pushing back on this hyperbole about these guys taking over. Like, let's talk about this in reality. It's a couple of people, man.
The Democratic Party and, frankly, a lot of people in Washington, D.C., in the realities of governance. Let's look to our mayors, right? People who came into office 5, 6, 7 years ago, who kept the schools closed for too long, who wanted to make shoplifting non-punishable, who wanted to abolish the police, they got rejected by the voters. Now, the mayors who have come in, who have solved homelessness, like Mike Johnson in Denver, who have taken on public safety, like Aftab Purval in Cincinnati, who have built more housing, like mayors in Minneapolis and in Boston, they are the ones who are energizing the electorate because people are seeing real results.
You mentioned 2020.
Auchincloss, not afraid to go after the more extreme members.
We have a soundbite of the final 2024 nominee campaigning last night in New Orleans.
We've got to win elections. We've got to win the elections. Starting with these midterms. And since they're cheating, we're going to have to turn out big numbers. A turnout that is too big to rig.
Too big to rig. She is now borrowing lines from Donald Trump in 2024. Is that a winning message?
A winning message needs to be focused on the future, a new American dream. How do you get an excellent education by the time you're 18, a home of your own by the time you're 30, a dignified retirement by the time you're 65? What are the policies that make that new American dream realizable for a generation of Americans who don't think they see upward mobility in their future?
I'm going to put you on the spot. We're going to do something that we've never done on the Sunday briefing before. We've got a picture that we can put up that I had the team make. 3 possible Democratic nominees for president: Kamala Harris, John Ossoff, and AOC. Who is the most likely of the people on the screen to be the Democratic nominee in 2028?
We will have 18 months to have that debate. For the next 3 months, we're talking about winning back the Congress so that we can protect the founders' vision of checks and balances on an out-of-control executive.
You don't want to put a dollar down on one of these guys? Okay.
Prediction markets should be banned for members of Congress.
Hey, those are all great options. As of right now, I think Harris is in the lead, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ossoff starts rising very quickly after the midterms, and obviously AOC's up there in the top as well. I don't think there's much difference between support between the 3 of them right now.
All right. Something else. The Iran war dragging on.
This interview is very unserious by Peter Ducey here.
According to the Times of Israel overnight, the Supreme National Council of Iran says the Strait of Hormuz will not open until the United States corrects its behavior. What's going on here?
Well, Peter, I know Donald Trump watches your show, and so I will say to him directly, Mr. Trump, you are the first president in American history to start and lose a war by yourself. You have made America more weak, more alone, and less respected. Congress has to take back the steering wheel from this impaired driver before we end up in a third quagmire in the Middle East of the 21st century. That starts with ending the escalation. He keeps on trying to escalate vertically, meaning more effects on target. Iran escalates horizontally, bringing in other regional players, other infrastructure assets into the fight. Iran is winning that escalation ratchet. We got to stop it. We got to negotiate transit through the Strait of Hormuz. Then we have to strengthen the Abraham Accords. But that is going to be a decadal process. It's not going to happen in this guy's term because he's too incompetent.
But if the whole point was to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, and that is the ultimate result.
Oh, come on. We have made no progress on preventing them from getting a nuclear weapon since last summer when we bombed their facilities. Literally nothing. There will be nothing in this deal. We already had a written commitment from them in the JCPOA to never pursue a nuclear weapon. So if we get that again, which we easily could, it doesn't mean anything.
Is that all bad?
Well, let's look at the memorandum of understanding that Donald Trump was begging the Ayatollah to sign. Nothing about nuclear enrichment. It handed over hundreds of billions of dollars. De facto control of the Strait of Hormuz, turned it into an Iranian river. Nothing about ballistic missile development. Nothing about proxy terror funding. That MOU was the most embarrassing national security episode since the British burned the White House.
You know who you sound like?
Wow.
Donald Trump, behind closed doors. Because apparently, based on every report, he's really steamed at his advisors, and they are trying to figure out how
leaders
this
take
ends.
responsibility. The first thing you learn in the Marine Corps is that platoon commander is responsible for everything that happens or fails to happen in his platoon. Donald Trump does not have the strength to take responsibility for the failure that has cost 18 American lives.
Congressman, thank you for joining us.
Good morning.
Damn. Pete Ducey outclassed right there, man. Just annihilated. Ken Paxton. Oh, God. Ooh, Dem candidate pushes back on Piker.
Oliver Larkin joins us now.
Oh, my God. Why give this guy any attention? This guy is a DSA candidate. He's running against Jared Moskowitz. And the polls show that he's far behind. And this is like an R+4 district as well, by the way. It's newly redrawn by the Republicans in Florida. This guy doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of winning. Yet people like Kyle Kalinske are parading him around like he's going to win next. Okay. When is their primary in Florida? Let me see. When is Florida's primary? August 18th. All right. So not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday. All right. We'll keep an eye on that.
Thank you for being with us on Fox News Sunday. Good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me on, Shannon.
I want to start your reaction to the James Carvilles, the Van Jones of the world, who say DSA does not belong in the Democrat Party. It doesn't align with their interests. Is the idea to, within the party, force the party to mold to your ideas, or do you think you can just exist within the tent?
I think it's very funny to hear James Carville talking about an AI stupid idea generator when there's $300,000 in super PAC spending from OpenAI's super PAC going for Jared Moskowitz in our district right now. I do think that James Carville and Van Jones are missing something, that electoralism is about addition, not subtraction, and I think it is very foolhardy to be excluding people from the Democratic Party that they're going to be begging for our votes in 2028, and we need to be building a majoritarian coalition that's capable of winning back power in states like Florida and taking back the House of Representatives.
So let's talk about your district specifically, where you are challenging an incumbent. You mentioned Congressman Jared Moskowitz. The Miami Herald says you're not the man for the job. They say in a district that's 25% Jewish, they've endorsed your competitor. They say this, the editorial board writing, Larkin said he does not consider anti-Zionism to be anti-Semitic. but that's disingenuous. He must know full well that many or even most Jews see anti-Zionism as a less obvious but still potent form of anti-Semitism. He may try to add his own spin to the term, but it remains offensive and is a dog whistle that no doubt appeals to anti-Semites. So what?
Well, I don't know if I would call it a watered down version of anti-Semitism. I would say anti-Zionism contributes to anti-Semitism and it fans the flames. There's a lot of people out there that will take out their anti-Zionism on any Jewish looking person, and they don't differentiate between Israeli, or pro-Israel. And you can't deny that anti-Semitism has seen a surge in the last couple of years. In New York City, it's the #1 hate crime, even though Jewish people make up 10% of the population. So do I think that there's people out there just screaming about Jews? Not really, but there's a lot of people screaming about Israel and Zionism, and that has led to a spike in anti-Semitism. So I think the people out there that are being as anti-Zionist as possible, which, by the way, Bernie Sanders is a Zionist, Brad Landers is a Zionist. They in no small part are contributing to anti-Semitism. They may be doing it from a good place, thinking that Zionism is their big bad boogeyman. But in the end, if Jewish people are the ones that get hurt, then that's problematic. So it's like people who went around claiming China released a bioweapon on us, and then Asian Americans were negatively impacted by that. You can say, well, they're just talking about China. They're not talking about Asian people. Well, but if Asian people are the ones who get the blowback, then we got a problem, right? Is that just, we just have to accept that Asian people will be discriminated against because you want to talk about China all day long? I think you share some responsibility if that's the end result. Look, oh, well, I can't criticize Israel. No, of course you can. But there's a smarter way. Instead of criticizing the idea of Zionism, why not criticize the current government and say that this is not the way things should be, whether it's things that happened before October 7th or after October 7th. But when you just go around screaming about Zionism and Jews are the ones that get the negative blowback and you just shrug like, oh, well, them's the breaks, then yeah, you're going to be accused of being an anti-Semite.
What's your message to Jewish voters there in that district?
That they're a part of our coalition, and I will note that the South Florida Sun-Sentinel, which declined to endorse Jared Moskowitz in this race, made his assertion that I'm running against him solely for his religion patently false. They listed the Medicare for All, $25 an hour, universal child care, paid family and medical leave. So there's some contentious issues that we're dealing with down here in South Florida, and the media is not a monolith, and the South Florida Sun-Sentinel rightfully called out Jared Moskowitz's claim as false, and we reject the claim that anti-Zionism is equatable to anti-Semitism. I'm proud to have the support of Jewish organizations like Jewish Voice for Peace, and we're building a coalition for our collective liberation to stand up against anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-black racism, anti-queer discrimination, and for the well-being and equality of all people who call our nation home.
You also...
Guys, a soy bot, anti-queer. Oh my God, bro, really? So, first of all, anti-Semitism is surging, raging like a virus. And, you know, you bring up all these other things as if like that's it makes up for it. Like, well, we're focused on all these things. Oh, okay. Jewish Voice for Peace. Yeah.
Have support from someone named Hassan Piker. He has
hell yeah, get him.
Made a lot of headlines. He's helped fundraise for you. The Anti-Defamation League says he's got a history of rhetoric that sanitizes and justifies violence and terrorism against the state of Israel and using derogatory rhetoric towards Jews. That claims that they say Orthodox Jews are inbred, which he did subsequently apologize for in response to backlash. He calls for the eradication of Zionism and demonizes Zionism as a, quote, mental illness. I could go on. He said a lot of things that are offensive to Jewish people and to those who support Israel. Do you believe Israel has a right to exist?
I think that Israel should be a secular and democratic state with equal rights for all people, and the current configuration of the state of Israel is a religious supremacist one that privileges Jewish citizens above Palestinians, and we see a
Again. Hold up.
He unretweeted that one at least.
Good one. She said that this district is like 25% Jewish at the beginning. This is, you know, this isn't Berkeley College Jewish. This is Florida Jewish, okay? And this guy is running on this. Okay, good luck, bro. Bold strategy. Jared Moskowitz is going to wipe the floor with this guy. Holy shit, man.
Rights for all people, and the current configuration of the state of Israel is a religious supremacist one that privileges Jewish citizens above Palestinians, and we see a two-tiered system of justice in the West Bank that's been under illegal occupation since 1967 with illegal West Bank Israeli settlers under Israeli civil law, and Palestinians who have called this their ancestral home being subject to Israeli military law with upwards of a 95% conviction rate. So the two-tiered system of justice, the two-tiered political system in Israel is not one that I think the United States should be supportive of if we believe in upholding democracy, not just here, but around the world.
Do you think that we should cut off defensive weapons, either by purchase or by us supplying them to Israel, defensive weapons?
I do not make a distinction between offensive and defensive weaponry. Israel has been rightfully attributed as committing a genocide and apartheid. Virtually every international body that has studied this issue, from the United Nations multiple inquiries, the Amnesty International group, even Israeli human rights organizations, including B'Tselem. And when the United States is in violation of not just international law, but our own law, the Leahy laws that prohibit the Department of State and Department of Defense from providing military assistance to foreign security forces accused of gross human rights violations, we're in violation of our own law right now. And so at minimum, we need to condition this aid. But if it were up to me, I do not think that we should be aiding and abetting a genocide by either providing taxpayer-funded weaponry or selling it.
Bro. Hell yeah. Ties and Wine, thank you for the resub on Twitch. And Babalu with a big resub. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that. All right. This guy really has his finger on the pulse of this district. I can just tell. This is an R+4, by the way. This district, I looked it up pretty recently. I was curious, does this guy have a chance? You know, I like to look into this stuff. People tell me, like Kyle Kalinske, that this guy's awesome and he's the next big DSA win. And I was like, okay, interesting. Let me go look into that. And quickly convince myself he don't have a chance in hell.
Okay, Hassan Piker also famously said that America deserved 9/11. Do you think we deserve 9/11?
Look at this. These guys need to throw Hassan under the bus. Otherwise, you're just going to keep having to answer for him over and over and over again.
No, of course not. No,
That's horrible. Why would somebody? Okay, so why would you work with somebody like this? I can accept somebody having abhorrent views on one subject and be perfectly fine working with them on another.
And I think Hassan has walked back that statement. And
oh my God, these guys, this is pissing me off, man. They all are claiming that Hassan has walked it back. He's apologized. He has learned his lesson. This motherfucker framed a picture of September 11th behind him as a joke in the last couple of weeks.
No, I do not agree with that whatsoever.
Okay, Act Blue advertised a gathering for you in Brooklyn on Friday night. The host committee listed, including Linda Sarsour. She has said things like, you can't humanize Israelis. They are the enemy. You can never work with them. She's advocated for a one-state solution, meaning no Israel. Do you understand how having people like that supporting you in a fundraiser or any other way is very troublesome to Jewish people?
Again, Linda's not a candidate for office, and I think when she talks about one secular and democratic state with equal rights, that's a principle that most Americans support. I don't think we want to be supporting a country where there's a two-tiered system of justice, where people do not enjoy the same political or even rights of movement with the fragmentation of the West Bank and the construction of illegal Israeli settlements. So no, I do not believe that Linda is speaking towards anything but our common humanity and upholding peace and justice and equality for people in Israel and Palestine. So I understand that this is an issue that has not gotten its due diligence in media for a very long time, but I think that now what we are seeing with the contribution of our taxpayer dollars and what they're going towards, with not just the actions in Gaza, the genocide or the apartheid in the West Bank, but now with 1 million people in Lebanon forced to be refugees by Israeli occupation. And now we're being dragged into this very unpopular war with Iran that, at Marco Rubio's own admission, has been at the behest of Israel's government.
Do you think that there's an
Yeah, I really hope these reporters start looking into Hassan walking back or apologizing for that statement, because they're going to lean on that. And it's a lie. I think that they're just clueless. They want it to be true, but there's no evidence. I've never seen any evidence. I feel like I would have seen that by now, and nobody's presented it yet, except back in 2019 when Cenk scolded him. He said that he never said Americans deserve 9/11, just America deserved it. And then he blamed English as his second language. That's about the extent of his apology.
existential threat to Israel's existence based on some of the folks in its neighborhood?
I think that the people, the countries in the Middle East want to see the Palestinians' right of return. They want to see the ability for people in Israel, in Palestine, to have equal rights. And I don't think that that means the destruction or some attribution of violence towards what the ultimate objective is, which is just having people's rights respected equally and not having Palestinians suffer as second-class citizens in their ancestral homeland.
All right, Oliver Larkin, we know this is one of the top issues within the party, within the DSA, how you get to any common positions you can on these issues regarding Israel. We'll keep talking about them, and we appreciate your time today.
Thanks so much for having me on, Shannon.
Boy, Fox loves bringing on these guys, man. Absolutely amazing. Amazing. Good luck, Oliver. Sure, you'll do great. Let's go to Fox's main channel. Don't worry, they're all gonna live in peace and harmony, man. They'll figure it out. Give them a chance. Right, what do we got here? Anything? DNC donors abandon Dems. Nope, don't really see anything. All right, I think Abdul al-Sayed was on CNN as well. Hopefully they uploaded the interview. Don't see it yet. Let's do a little search. Sayed CNN. 3 days ago. Here we go. Well, that's only 1 minute. Have you seen Conduit's Hassan video? I don't know who that is. Oh, here we go. How long is this? 2 minutes? They just have like a clip. How long is this one? 1 minute? I don't know if I can find this somewhere if they didn't upload it. Let me do a search here on my other monitor. CNN State of the Union. I'll say it. 5 hours ago. See a 1 minute video, 1 minute clip. Oh, I found it. Let's go.
And joining me now is the brand new Michigan Democratic Senate nominee, Abdul al-Sayed. Thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Jake, thanks for having us.
So the Trump administration, as you know, is trying to paint a rosy picture of the economy. You and others are pointing to the affordability crisis affecting people in Michigan and elsewhere. Democratic voters are frustrated, as I don't need to tell you. They don't think that your party's doing enough to fight Donald Trump on these issues, especially like affordability. If you're elected as a Democratic senator with a Republican president in November, what can you actually do about that?
Okay, this will be the last video we watch here tonight, just FYI. What can you do about it, Dr. Abdul El Sayed?
Well, look, let me just tell you the picture from my state. We've been up and down the state now. I've been at this for 15 months, been to 110 cities, over 500 public events. Everywhere I go, people say the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to afford your groceries or fill up your tank or worry about getting sick without having to worry about losing everything, too. And we ran this campaign to do three things: get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. When I'm elected to the U.S. Senate, the first thing we need to do is start holding the Trump administration accountable. You know, when we win, God willing, I will take my seat as a member of a Senate majority. That gives us subpoena power to be able to investigate all of the ways that this administration has used their power for their gain and enrichment and against our...
Subpoena? What did he say?
Take my seat as a member of a Senate majority. That gives us subpoena power to be able to investigate all of the ways that this administration has used their power for their gain and enrichment and against ours. And I think that means hauling them up to really understand all the conversations that were had about who got to get refunds after this terrible tariff policy, who got to get excluded from those refunds. It means hauling up people like RFK Jr. and holding them accountable for the doging of our public health apparatus, for which we now need to be dodging lettuce across the state of Michigan for fear of getting explosive diarrhea, which nobody ever thought would be a consequence of electing Donald Trump, but here we are. So it's those powers and then the ability to set up to build the runway for a president in 2028 who can come in and start doing the things to hold big corporations accountable, to start enforcing antitrust policy, to start rethinking our tax system so it's less burdensome on everyday people and we're taxing billionaires their wealth, and to stand up for unions who have been critical to winning fair wages.
One of your...
Well, I am definitely excited for that. And I do think that Democrats should shine a bright light on the corruption. That will resonate with a lot of people. People do not have the imagination to picture what the Democrats in control of the House or the Senate could do, and how the media's narrative about the Democrats will shift dramatically. The media doesn't give a shit about the Democrats in the minority because they have no power to do anything. But once they have the gavels in either chamber, it's a whole new ball game, and the media will write stories about this could happen, that's going to happen, this is dangerous for Trump. It's going to be night and day, man. That's why I don't think these DSA people are going to have that much of an impact come January 3rd when the 120th Congress is sworn in, because there's not going to be bandwidth for it. Like, especially if they come in united, which I think there's a high chance that they will, all voting for Hakeem Jeffries, no drama, one ballot. Let's get this show on the road. Let's kick some ass. United front. Just going to be all about what happens now and the subpoenas and dragging Trump officials in. Go after the lower level people too, right? Those people don't have as many resources. You could press them.
Main campaign issues, as you noted, is Medicare for all. Senator Bernie Sanders' proposal right now only has 17 co-sponsors in the Senate. Even if Democrats do take back the Senate in November, it doesn't look, as of now, like you and Senator Sanders would have the votes to pass it. Are there more immediate things that Democrats in the Senate can do to lower the cost of health care right now? Or do you view any of these more minor ideas as weak?
I like this question because, like, dude, people are looking for relief now, not looking for your 10-year project to get Medicare for all, man. Like, hello, can you provide some relief now? How about those enhanced ACA subsidies being renewed? That's an 80-20 issue, man. Marjorie Taylor Greene said the number one issue she heard about in her district before she left Congress was the expiring enhanced ACA subsidies.
We can walk and chew gum at the same time, and we need relief. There's a lot that's about to hit and hasn't even hit yet when it comes to cutting ACA subsidies, when it comes to cutting Medicaid for people who desperately need health care. I think we need to start with making those whole. I also think we need to ban some of the middlemen in our healthcare system, like pharmacy benefit managers, an organization or a set of organizations that most people haven't heard of, but they're a big reason why you pay more on prescription drugs. I also think we can start enforcing antitrust policy when it comes to big healthcare, partnering with my friend Senator Elizabeth Warren on taking on the consolidation in the healthcare system. But Medicare for All is where we need to go, and my hope is both coming out of the 2026 midterms and then out of 2028 that we're going to be on our way to a Senate majority to be able to get this done. I've also been clear, I think the filibuster is anti-democratic on its own terms. And so I do hope that the Senate is willing to actually deal with the fact that we cannot allow the entire Senate to hide behind the filibuster of one senator. And we need to actually have democracy in the U.S. Senate again. So yes, Medicare for All is where we need to go. In the interim, we're going to do everything we can to start lowering prescription drug prices and health insurance premiums and prices. But we need to get to Medicare for All to guarantee every single person the health care that they need and deserve.
In your vision of Medicare for All, would that be the end of private health insurance?
No, not necessarily. I travel the state and I talk to union members all the time who say, look, we gave up increases in wages to be able to win good health care, and we're worried about what that might mean. To me, Medicare for All is not about what it takes away. It's about what it offers. Guaranteed health insurance from cradle to grave that you don't lose by turning 26 or turning 65 or getting married, getting divorced, getting a job, losing a job. It's there for you as you need it, and it will be good wherever you need to get your health care. It's not about taking anything away. It's about adding the guarantee, the security of having health insurance in your life in the way that seniors across this country have been able to benefit from. And it would make this more sustainable for seniors as well. The best single thing you could do to make Medicare more sustainable for our seniors is to make sure young people who tend to pay more into the system than they take out are in that system instead of paying money into the pockets of health insurance CEOs.
Well, he makes the case against any private option in his book, Medicare for All. So I'm not sure how much I would believe him on that. I think in his world, there is no private option because the healthier people would go to the private pool, the people who have more money, and we'd be left with the people who are sicker and poorer in the general fund. But I like his line there about appealing to seniors by saying, hey, we can shore up Medicare by getting more young, healthy people in there. That will help sustain Medicare. Maybe bring down the costs as well. That's a pretty good line.
Your victory on Tuesday was big, and you beat the Democratic establishment, no question. I'm not trying to take away from it, but you won a plurality, not a majority, and more than 700,000 Democrats in Michigan voted for your opponent. And now Mike Rogers, your Republican opponent, is trying to talk to those voters. What kind of work do you have to do to unify Democrats behind you in Michigan?
Yeah, it was a hotly contested primary, and we aired our differences. But in the end, the voters in the Democratic Party in the state of Michigan voted, and they picked a future where we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for All. But the differences that we hashed out are so much smaller than the similarities that we share. A responsibility to stand up to Donald Trump and the ways that he's used his power for his own gain, for his family's finances, rather than to improve your family's finances. The recognition that Mike Rogers is nothing more than a corporate shill. He's never seen a corporate PAC check he didn't want. Helped to architect the opioid epidemic back when I was in high school. Voted 19 times to raise prescription drug prices, moved to Florida, made $14 million he doesn't really want to explain. So this is a guy who has no business in the U.S. Senate, and all of us agree. And so you're seeing folks come together and say, listen, despite the fact that we hashed out our differences in that long, hard-fought primary, this is the opportunity right now to unite around what needs to be done. And that's holding the Trump administration accountable rather than sending a guy who's going to be a rubber stamp on everything that Trump wants to continue to do that's making life less affordable for Michiganders and life harder for the rest of us, for all of us.
What?
All right, so he's just going to keep leaning on this idea that he doesn't have to win people over. He'll just highlight that we have a lot more in common, and Mike Rogers sucks. Well, I don't know if that's going to placate some of the people who voted for someone else. Remember, a lot of people don't tune in for the whole stream, so I repeat things over and over again. I think the average watch time maybe like an hour or something, but more people voted for someone else in the Democratic primary than him. He got less than 50% of the vote. He won by less than 1%. I think you've got some work to do on convincing people, bro. They're not just going to be like, well, I liked my candidate 10% more, but they're basically the same, Abdul El-Sayed and Haley Stevens, so I have no problem voting for him. I'm sure plenty of people feel that way, but there's also probably a lot of people who are saying, you know what? I'm concerned about this guy, and he's not addressing that. He's just telling me why Mike Rogers sucks and that I have a lot in common with him. Well, I need to hear a little more there, man. He says mend fences, but also we are super alike. Yeah, that doesn't sound like mending any fences there. Again, this is criticism that I feel would help him win. I think he still has a decent chance of winning, but this stuff, it's just handicapping his campaign, not helping, you know? Why not go out there and say, look, I want to win those people that were skeptical of me, and I want to represent every Michigander. And so I'm out there listening. I'm out there talking to people, and you'd be surprised how much more we have in common than apart. But just know that I'm doing this, this, and this. And I mean, I wonder what is the number one concern that comes up for people that voted for someone else when it comes to this guy. Whatever that is, he should be taking huge steps to address that. He's not going to become Haley Stevens overnight or anything, but he can absolutely alter the way he talks about things or slightly change a position here or there or whatever. Got to do it, man.
One of your former Democratic opponents, State Legislator Mallory McMorrow, supports you, endorsed you right out of the gate, but she says she told you that in her view, you need to improve on, quote, being able to recognize that there are good people who just have a slightly different worldview. It's not turning everybody into an enemy, unquote. It was a similar criticism to what we heard from New York Times columnist Michelle Goldberg, who wrote that you have, quote, a blind spot, one endemic to his movement, an inability to grasp how and why people of good faith might see the world differently, unquote. How do you respond to those criticisms?
No, I understand that we might see the world differently, but we also recognize the responsibility to come together. I was grateful for the conversation I got to share with Senator McMorrow, and also grateful for the conversation I got to share with the New York Times columnist. We have an opportunity right now to recognize that whatever differences we might have less to do with a moral bankruptcy and a lot more to do with differences in perspective. But what I will tell you is this. When you look at what Donald Trump is doing, when you look at what Mike Rogers wants to do and has done when he was in Congress, there are big moral questions to be asked. Should you be enriching yourself and your family to the tune of $2.2 billion via the presidency? Should you be using corporations as pawns in this game to enrich yourself and giving them favors so that they can raise rates and prices on all of us? Should you be in a scenario where you're questioning the outcomes of democratic elections? And I question the moral bankruptcy at the heart of that. Now, look, I've had a lot of different disagreements with some of my Democratic colleagues, and those are disagreements built on good faith differences when it comes to policy. But this is the time for us to come together now to take on the moral rot at the core of the Trump administration and the moral rot at the core of the corporatism that drives a guy like Mike Rogers, and I'm looking forward to locking arms to do that.
Speaking of President Trump, last night he...
Okay, man, we get it. Trump sucks. Rogers sucks, but right now this race is becoming about you and concerns about you, people you associate with, man. Not going to address any of that. Just going to keep talking about Trump. Okay.
Posted on social media a photograph of him and First Lady Melania Trump in formal attire next to a photograph of you and your wife. You appear to be in a restaurant booth or something. Your wife is a psychiatrist. She's wearing a hijab. The caption was two very different Americas. What was your response when you saw that?
Oh boy, here we go. This is $300 million of this. I feel bad for the greater Muslim community. They're about to experience some pain here. It's very sad. That's why I've been encouraging him to drop Hassan like a ton of bricks, you know, like you don't need to associate with a guy who said America deserved 9/11. You should condemn him, throw him under the bus and say, I'm a proud American, proud patriot. And, you know, what is the point of that photo? To scare people and say, if you elect him, this is the future of America. Our women will have to cover up and we're going to lose our identity as a Christian nation. And this is the future. And boy, it's going to work, man. This is what happens when you're trying to be a trailblazer. You're trying to be the first, and he's attempting to become the first Muslim senator in America's history. And you're going to have to deal with some unfair things and attacks. And, you know, in a perfect world, he'd be able to hang out with Hassan Piker and go to pool parties and just say, I disavow his 9/11 comments. But we don't live in a perfect world.
Yeah, he's right. One in which your overlords are two people who don't like each other but joint in the interest of making billions of dollars off of you, or two people who genuinely love each other, enjoyed some pancakes together, want to come together to build the kind of America where they can raise a family and know that that family is going to have the good things. So yes, you've got two different visions of America. Donald Trump's vision is the one you're living in right now. Can you afford your gas? Can you afford your groceries? Do you believe, when you look your kids in the eye, that they're going to have a better future than you did? And Sarah and I are running because when we look our daughters in the eye, Amelie and Sirine, we want them to believe that they're every bit as able to have a better future than the one that they could have had under the Trump administration, that they can live together with their sisters and their brothers in America in a way where they lock arms to build the good things that they deserve together, where they know they'll have the health care that they need and good jobs, and that they don't have to go 15 minutes and know that there are kids who live 15 minutes away whose lives are very, very different than theirs because we've been for far too long okay with a level of inequality in this country. I want them to live in an America where they can breathe clean air and drink clean water. And actually, Sarah and I like each other. I don't know about the First Lady and the President, but from what I've heard, it's a bit of a rocky road.
Breaking this morning is the news that you spoke with
If I were him, I would also add something a little in there like, look, my family is a little different than other families, right? It's not super common to see women covered up like that in America. It is growing, and, you know, people have a right to do whatever they want, dress however they want, practice whatever religion they want. But I would take it head on if I were him and just say, hey, my family's a little different, but we're not pushing that on anybody. And we want to celebrate the diversity of America and just how amazing of a place this is, and rattle off all the other things he said too. I would have added the Stormy Daniels thing. Yeah, well, I like that he added that him and his wife are in a happy relationship. I would add that, as far as I know, Melania Trump sleeps in a separate room. Don't know how happy her and her husband are there. I think we would be a shining example for the American people of what a strong family looks like, a loving family.
President Obama. Is he going to campaign with you? Tell us about the conversation.
I like to keep private conversations private, but it was a really, really warm conversation. I was really grateful for his advice. And, you know, we've got a long road to go here, but we're perfectly unified in the need to win Michigan, take back the Senate, and hold Donald Trump accountable. And I was just really, really appreciative of him, his advice. I mean, this is a guy who I watched come up. I never saw myself in politics until I saw him give that 2004 speech on the DNC floor. It's the first time I ever saw myself reflected in politics at all. So it was just really an honor to get to share a conversation, to hear his advice on the campaign. And I'm looking forward to moving forward here in this campaign with that advice, to think through how we build the kind of political movement that gets money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all.
He won Michigan twice, as I'm sure I don't need to tell you. Do you expect that he will come and campaign for you?
I hope so, but obviously we've got a lot more to do here. But it was a really, really warm conversation, and I was really, really grateful for his advice and his mentorship.
Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, the Democratic nominee for the U.S.
Well, there you go. Jake Tapper. Tough. No questions about Hassan Piker, shockingly. Somebody asked, do I think he's going to lose? No, I think he's got a chance to win. I think he's further behind than people realize, though. The polls before the primary on Tuesday showed that he was up like 15, 17 points in some cases on his opponent, Haley Stevens. He ended up winning by less than 1%, with more people voting for someone other than him in the Democratic primary. Those same polls showed that he was trailing his Republican challenger in the general by 1 point. So losing by 1 point in November. I believe that those same polls are overestimating his support as well. So he is probably further behind Mike Rogers out the gate than 1%. So he's got some work to do, man. He's got some concerns to address, and it's not me. It's the people in Michigan, the people that voted for someone else. And so far, I've seen him do a few things well and a few things not so well. Holding on to Hassan Piker is not a smart move. You're not going to get away with saying that he apologized, he has taken it back. That doesn't matter. Like, nobody is, it's not true, number one, but it's not like anyone's going to fact check that. But you should just throw him under the bus, sacrifice him, man. Who cares? I don't know why you're going to hang out with the guy that they're featuring in every single ad that they're going to spend $300 million on, and why you continue to associate with this guy who you're going to be asked about his variety of quotes from him over and over and over again. And it's not helping your campaign in any way. I don't think that there are hardcore Hassan Piker fans out there that appreciate that you haven't abandoned him yet. I think what you're getting are people who voted for Stevens wondering why you're still palling around with this lunatic. So I don't know, man. But this is his campaign, and he's free to run it however he sees fit. But in 2022, Trump ended up endorsing some Republican candidates that went on to win their primaries, and they were disasters. They lost easy races. This should not be a tough race to win. And I think he's making it harder with some of this stuff. And I'm already talking about how we can win the Senate even without Michigan, which that shouldn't even be a thing, man. This should be a layup. This race should be easy. But I don't know. We may look back at this as a huge mistake to nominate this guy, and we'll see it. We'll find out in about 87 days. It's not going to take long. I mean, in 2022, we had people like Herschel Walker, Carrie Lake, Mehmet Oz. These people were clowns. I'm not saying Abdul El-Sayed is anywhere near these people, but he may be compared to some of those folks as the wrong person nominated. I hope not. I hope he wins. I think he has the opportunity to be a great senator and do a wonderful job. But I feel he's making his job harder with some of the moves he's made so far. All right. That's going to do it for me, guys. Boy, 4.5 hours flew by. That's crazy. I appreciate everybody hanging out. Thank you guys for the super chats, the subs, the memberships, the gift subs, all that stuff, man. I appreciate it. I'll be back tomorrow, and we'll do it all again. So I'll see you guys tomorrow evening. Have a wonderful night, guys. I appreciate it.